ma general secretary aye card amount aye waiver amount you know what
God of way yadin sam panam and kabomu ye anunti ubetie unity radio eyen kabomu kwa
ale ba kwa membese mete kra ne se akufra do ba obedada Ghana fo onyakopo empengu membasa meba bedada Ghana fo da yenye hiya fo wo Ghana yenye hiya fo wo Ghana sise di o hiya ise bone na amala ba ne sa ya de sise pa e ba sika wo memu ye ba be tu se sika no e ma apitu apete aboye nyina
ase juma asam na ye ka new patriotic party programs are ye diegu ho no ebedu baabi no ye be kra nkofo afiama no ne no ma be ye juma wo Ghana
Honorable Chair, Majority Leader. Yes, I hear you, Mr. Speaker. Your powers have not reached that. Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Resume your seat. I will take this on board. Don't relax it. Don't relax the rules. You don't lead Parliament. You lead the business of the House. As to the role of the Speaker, you haven't reached there yet. When you get there, you do so. A majority leader is a leader of the House. I stated it. Thank you very much. I stated it. But you are not the leader of the Speaker. At least I have a position in Ghana. Number 3. Your number 3 is not in government. No, I didn't say in government. I said in the country. That is what is your position in the country?
Yaba omo amochi omo galamse no omo atu omumu yaba ma omo amnesty no omo asaba ezu no jidi se emrebia omo fomie omo enu omo ho enti yebe yi omo na yama omo another chance
ya ye mobo wo Ghana etisika so omo enya ohia man nenam amamu a enkoyi enti no ekomde
yeka me ba abeyi Yehowa for ma every school Yehowa for ma Yehowa for ntoaba na so ma na agi school free ni na fa ma wan kasa so na ya ba ya dwuma wa bra ye ntoaba enti me be yi amba na nyina free school mo na dia aka no ma hwe wo free eto so die mo no se o mo empanifo no ya ba adwuma nyina se me yi wo free se wo ho ade nkotoaba na wo ho ya yi sa nkrofo no me yi free mo a
the year the city has appreciated in value. When we came in, it was running. Essentially, we have arrested it. and the IGP has the key. She's locked it up. We've arrested.
Why, Deputy Minister? What's our minister? What's our vice? Vice never a president. We are so called president. And son, I was say, yes, I'm a true swabber. As I'm a president. The one no and will be already president again, be Africa from a pencil. Will be to me road yet. Could be a different road yet. After the one side of the candidate, you have a pass. What a pass I didn't mean that to go. What a pair person, I made my way, you have a pair wherever a candidate. But it, I didn't buy it.
You are listening to Unity 103.9 FM.
We need to fight corruption, not because fighting corruption is an easy thing. I actually say that fighting corruption is dangerous. Fighting corruption, anybody who fights corruption is exposing himself to danger. Is that not it? And corruption will fight you back any day, in whatever form it can.
Unity Radio.
For up to 5 years. Also, anyone who promotes or supports non-heterosexual identities could be put away for up to 10 years. The bill also includes requirements to denounce suspects. Let's talk to Samuel Latte George, Member of Parliament and one of the main sponsors of the bill. He joins us on the line now from Ghana. Welcome to Newsday.
A very good morning to you, Claire, and to your listeners.
Well, it's good to have you on the programme. You'll know the arguments against this, so let's get straight to it. Your critics will say this is a bill that is hateful, in essence, and is turning Ghanaians against one another. What do you say to that?
Well, that's a very unfortunate reading for anybody, or conclusion for anybody to draw, because this is a bill that enjoys the support. At the last research that was carried out by a private civil society organization, 93% of Ghanaians support this position. Laws are a reflection of what society desires. The UK, for example, has laws that reflect what the British people want. Brexit is a reflection of what the British people wanted. It's not a reflection of what everybody wants, but it's a reflection of what majority of the people want. Majority of the people in Ghana support heterosexuality, and we do not understand why anybody is going to see an expression of that desire to represent hatred. That is what we do.
Well, let me give you one example then, because one of the ideas in the bill is conversion therapy for people who may be gay, bisexual or transgender. The UN says conversion therapy is torture. Do the majority of Ghanaians support that?
Well, again, that's a questionable thing. I mean, and that's the interpretation that you're putting on it. In the bill, you don't see us say we're offering conversion therapy. Nowhere in the bill is that. You are suggesting conversion therapy. What we discuss in the bill, or what is offered in the bill, is approved medical treatment. Treatment that is approved by the Ghana Medical Association. And that is the standard in Ghana. That the Ghana Medical Authority and Ghana Medical Association approves all medical treatments that are given. So in the bill, there is no talk of conversion.
What is that if not conversion therapy against the will of the people who may be gay, bisexual or transgender?
So if you have an intersex person undergoing corrective surgery because they realize, and let's be clear, science is science. Science will determine whether you're male or female when we do a sequencing of your DNA. There is no gender neutrality when it comes to determining who is male or female. Your genetics show which sex you are. And so if you're an intersex person, for example, and there is corrective surgery to help make your dominant gene reflective in your sexual orientation, how then is that seen to be conversion therapy?
Well, because you're going against international law, though, aren't you? If the UN says this is torture, then that is what you are doing. You are going against international definitions.
Claire, the UN has not said approved medical treatment is torture. You are saying so. The UN does not determine what is medical treatment in Ghana. Ghana is governed by its own laws, not by the UN. And let's be clear, that the UN has not made homosexuality a human right. The UN has not had any votes in the General Assembly. In fact, the Ghanaian government has had the occasion to say to the homosexual cabal, if you want to have a vote on this, table it before the UN General Assembly and let us have a vote on it. And then we will be guided by it. But to come in through the window and say that the UN has banned a conversion therapy, nowhere in our bill does the bill talk about conversion therapy.
Okay, is the Pope wrong then? The Pope Francis said last year that he thinks same-sex couples should be allowed to have civil unions. He said homosexual people have the right to be in a family. They are children of God and have the right to a family. The head of one of the largest Christian faiths in the world. Is he wrong?
Well, the Pope has expressed his opinion. The Catholic Church has not taken a definitive decision on that. And let me give you a typical example. The Methodist Church in the UK has said that they're going to allow for gay marriages and all. The Methodist Church of Ghana has disassociated itself with that decision. We are not under that. We're not going to be bound by the decision of that church. This bill is supported by the Catholic Church.
The Bible, Genesis 1:27 says God created man in his own image. In the image God, he created him, male and female. He created them. If he created man and woman in his own image, then he created homosexuals, bisexuals, and transgender people too, didn't he?
Well, Claire, my bill is not a religious bill. It is a bill on cultural values. But if you want to go into the Bible, I'll grant you that. Bible says God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. He says, for this reason, a man shall leave his mother and father and cling to his wife. It didn't say cling to another man. And so if you want to read the Bible, don't read just one part of it. We can read the Bible and go explicitly. Again, the same Bible tells us that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because of homosexuality. So when you want to quote the Bible to support homosexuality, let's be very clear.
Well, I'm not doing that. I am merely testing your arguments out, as millions of people listening to this around the world would do in my position too. That's my job as a journalist. But we thank you. We thank you very much for joining us on Newsday. Samuel Nati George, Member of Parliament in Ghana, one of the main sponsors of that bill.
We don't have to borrow money from anywhere. Just toll the various sections of the road and we'll raise the money to do the roads in Ghana.
New Patriotic Party programs are ye dear Guhono, a bedu baby no, ye back crank or for Fiamano, no mother Yejuma or Ghana.
For all the latest news, sports, politics, entertainment, health, traffic, weather, and more, listen to Unity Morning with Opo National. The only morning show you need. Now. Unity Radio, the voice of the people. Unity Radio. You know, we know radio.
Asampayetia. Obanyansa fuso obunuye wonka na asam. Tema futu sam kakre wa supreme. Yo kofi omaya woman. Omani ya mama na. Enyi baby ako. Wachata ya wareni. Onsom wanini pa. Asade pa wofioye. Yamo yembera ye.
Free any arrow, Nebeye,
Make no mistake, you are on frequency modulation 103.9. Of course, the name is Unity Radio. Said ye munim na no pebia ye nemuhia na ye som ye manti. Ene ya bohu de ruwa ka kire mo se ye benya ni petitiru e wo fiduam ha na ene ye ne no edi nkomo. All in the love of our country called Ghana. Na Yamia Yadum, at long last, he's here. And pretty shortly you see him, and today the show is totally for him. Yamamu nyina kwa babio, yanka etie for said no YouTube no your old channel no has been blocked. Almost a strike. Inti the new channel no Unity Radio. Go on YouTube and search for Unity Radio. Unity Radio. On Facebook, it's still Unity Radio. I know the munim dada. Ko Facebook now opesa share Honorable KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG. The voice behind the microphone soon to come. Go on YouTube, Facebook, now Unity Radio, Unity Radio, Unity Radio. Or Android, you know what to do. You download our app on Play Store. I know your Unity Radio Worcester, Unity Radio Worcester. Or Apple also are the same. Or you can go on TuneIn and still Unity Radio Worcester. Oko modern Ghana so modern Ghana wait me on Unity Radio. Oko modern Ghana, just search for Unity Radio. But Worcester and then important there ufiem okam wajumam master dance mu nyina de ato 103.9 megahertz. Nti ene ye bebon komo na ye ne honorable ene one on one ene de said no we don't have any topics. Into all your questions, any BBI should be channeled to Honorable KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG. Now we are humbled and honored to have him here. But before I go to him, Mame any NPP chairman Massachusetts, Louis Amwako Mensa Enkasa. Lou upon design.
Me ho yapa.
Bibia boko de.
Adum arakwa.
Anopay ye de tifi ano ato anopay.
Oh, anopay de obi kai mechia atiefo nyina ebiem. Anopay de wa woni tua me se wadi kan introduce nipa ye se bi ye ba be hu no. But as a chapter chair no, mefa machine so amana akwa ba biem. Ye papa. Ye party member. Ye former general secretary. Ye KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG. Sabio sabre watoto ne nase aba be kan ho ewo Massachusetts. And as a chapter chair ene me chapter members nyina ye sabio ye nigye ye ahosepe se papa ya waboa ama party yatima akọ ne nkanim no sabre watima be kan yensa na sabio chapter chair wa woni tue wabrochire adwuma sam nyina sam ye dan me no to fom na me ba beta papa yachi etime wo hanoma as a leader of our great party na watima be kan yensa no akoni nyina mo no me ne executive ni bi kureba omu nyina say the one and only engineer our town there enye ye tanachi ye baba boa ama nsem bia obebusa ne bia no simple bomb no say susa den kra na o teacher for entino ye thank you entino ye ba ya na say you make say ye betai ye bra panyi ye nua ye papa say bi obi a waboa ma party no atimi abesi sedi esie sabre ye wo ye vimledi ono ene ye deputy PRO oba ene monyamfo wabiye ono so aba be kan ho say ono abo aba ono so ba minister executive bebre ba but ono abo oba ya ye mo akwaba Massachusetts for say ye judi ye nim say de obeka bia no so ene wom ye da asipi akwaba biem.
Okay, enti chapter chairman Louis Amwako Mensa no honorable Atenase ba akwaba village apom te sen
Nyankopon gosobo
onwo den de
ya tamfo na etetehwe
ye den nyame ase ombekọ so ate ahwe because o time de nye nhunza deputy PRO am miskani bi new nim se o post no kosoro sa now abuzavo yada munyina ase and Louis, thanks for coming through, and of course deputy PRO. But today is about Honorable KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG. The man I learned a lot from growing up. The man I watched a lot because when him say me a sports enthusiast. Sports there me friend Niagara. That time na ono sports highlight. na Kwakufu so asare sports beat ansa na chire ukọ na kwabena ebo a e bai nti yanyi no so ya kwala look ra wanya bia he nkwala
o kare ne sere na wana ntie
yeah oti console na chi na okasa Ewurade nyame you will love him. Now, until recently, I didn't even know professionally you were engineer. Me feel so your communicator, crap. Me feel so your communication because you communicate so effectively. Powerful communication toolkit. Yeah, get it straight into action because he's the reason we are here today. Honorable KWABENA AGYEI Japan was born on 6 March 1962. I will confirm Teaching Hospital, Kumasi. The capital city, as we all know, honey in free. Oh, Ufi, Lufi.
Me pacho, me Kumasi me free. A Krubia, a friend, Biumso, a Mancranso area. Me this year.
Teaching Hospital, the capital city of Asante region of Ghana. On the 5th anniversary of celebration of Ghana's independence, and not just it's independence 5th anniversary. Pepe, not just say shine the torso, and yeah, they will honorable. So the he's such a learned person. Now I wouldn't want to take the meat out of his own mouth. Honorable Becca on one was train, but he's professionally an engineer, civil engineer to be precise. Or both degree. And yes, studio ha. One of my pundits, and also a masters in civil engineer. In Tene was in a near Jikesubisha on a teacher on overseas. Yeah, when you remember, professional mate, more or less, colleague. Yeah, we're getting straight into action. Yanda Hombra, Nafi, Yamfa, and Komono Shishaso. Honorable KWABENA AGYEI Agyepong is the man behind the microphone today. And the program, Yanda Hombra. Na yemeto asisi.
You are listening to Unity 103.9 FM.
Honorable Akwaba.
Me frozen
Opo ni okay honorable aja. Media ankasa di no wa Opoku Jemfi. But school na because I told you I was a sports enthusiast.
That's right.
Nti na me bibia bi was school no mo de Opo national Opoku no. Na no mo twa no short here no Opo. No, I'm the national to us. Now me tumrika, me bob, everything. Table tennis, BBR.
That's right.
No more they can't say. There's I cut across all fields. And now Opo national.
And you focus on ne media konya out there, mammy beda wasi. And Unity Radio. You know, TF na or how on all the social media platforms. Some mammy opportunities and ne.
Honorable Mike
and Sankita Hudi. Na first and foremost, me baby, I make Kubiano. Na SM bo MPP chairman amani. Because you could no I say Ebusia. You could do baby, now you went the actual. Timmy Bay, me free Ghana Bay, mini Nanaya, only national chair, branch chair, a Kasai, and son of Louis so Abekasa and Obeshiam Fefe, I'm casting the crown of a why busy into me.
Yeah,
you program me and KBT share officially. Worcester has today. This is not the first time I back because me, I'm a you know Boston.
Oh wow,
from time to time, I'm about his young hotel. Now we see how can be call Los Angeles near American Society of Civil Engineers annual convention.
So you are a member of the American Society of Civil. Wow, impressive. You tell us more about yourself. Where are glimpses?
In Anaheim, Disneyland, 2022 conference. Because of COVID, now since 2019, by Miami, then shared an in-person conference. The betray Musano, Namesa, my bedroom early, the Aminku early chapter. Until almost so no more sit down. The American say with the informal
sit down
round table. And America had a more friend at town hall.
Town hall, yeah.
Friend at town hall, not just say. Be a Simbisa be an in and a huge common who quite a befaswa. A beshisha, you could no ma, Muaya dina ye nedia sum Ghana, near the name Abbey. Intina me by her, me by set, me bestramo. The weekend, idiot, me Atlanta for meeting, and we are
NPP branch Atlanta,
chapter now, honor, and North Carolina for Charlotte. Na Worcester, how so I'm about me to know minimum nyan she say next week because that's a Misanko Ghana. The Bedru World Cup, I mean, almost ball.
Of course. Of course.
Me enjoy it. And SM cycle, but I'm trying to find a way I met him at least executives. No,
Asia.
General meeting, that will be fine.
Fantastic. Now, time na ibedin komona na Rachi. Honestly, no sports journalist of Ghana or you from Kumasi by Peace FM.
Okay.
No bobo pa by Oba wa Jaibo. Now, I say honorable Badia. Say we start a question and start on sports. Until touch base sports, I know you thumbs up. Now, honorable na Yemisa to begin with, coming to US, how has your stay been? Because I heard say Oba and now I call UK and now Samba. How has it been so far?
Na me offer say no worry.
Oh, okay.
My sister Penny back. Tina say me rush.
Echo.
Tina me koye na masan ba.
Oh, no worry wo UK. Okay.
Tina say me ko ba. Tina me koye na masan ba say me wie de me ye ntia me buy.
Buy.
Nti na ma buy.
Okay.
Me buy de me nim say formally a party in open nominations.
Yeah.
Nanso so politics there.
And Olavo no from Kakra. I say, oh yeah, oh the America for ne. I say, oh you too gentle for us.
Debbie, inti the woman said, Maba say ne, me no be twitwum
komo. Okay.
Na makonya isusu. Just mada obi asiase nyankopon enhira ema especially all the Ghanaians in the diaspora. Almost ye ho ehwe emwa omde boa omobusuafo ne oman no. Remittances on the befi ni na ebo ama oman no eye ka behwe nti ena me baya I'm open to have a full discussion with you.
Okay, thank you for availing yourself. We are really humbled and honored. I mean, this opportunity just come once in a lifetime because you're in Ghana, so getting access to high profile personalities like your type difficult to come by. Nti mobasa na yenso ya ma community no enya access to mo. Na questions ne nkomo ese boy especially fi nkomo na yetumi abo. Na yesha se no mame bisa se ya betena krom ha Louisa wo power lady kura ne ba be ware. Ebi aye wo mo wa ha power lady ba ware enche kra. Ya wo mo wa ha no matter say and the Unity Radio say say papa can see ba interview your friend honorable KWABENA AGYEI Japan you nim no somebody like me Louis power lady de bia anymore so be bisa say why ni KWABENA AGYEI Japan obe kan say na chen
we come ho asem kakra bi me try say me bono tofa say the kind ye wo me Independence Day
ya na wa bomu ma
ye wo me Independence Day 1962
wow.
My papa no a lawyer Ukumase. That I know for a young man. My friend lawyer KWABENA AGYEI Japan. And my Miss friend Margaret a Japan. Strangely now me no United Japan.
Oh wow.
And son or more.
Oh worry.
No more bruchy. My papa be seen law UK. And TM say UK hono no more worry. No more two. To my sisters me no na me casa me call back.
Bakuba I worry.
They were more bruchy in the 50s near the Mini Ebe me Ghana. I was the first.
Wow.
Despite many attempts by me, my time or tears and say, Britain, how many British, I decided, I said, no, me them a true Ghana, but you will me here. And to me, had a metra. I've always believed.
Before you continue, what made you take that decision? Because
I'll get to that. I'll get to that.
Yeah.
And he said, you can, you will G. Saturday, G
near friend, yeah, G.
And the near to crew from so many Kumasi.
Yeah.
Crew from Nameko, Modern City Academy. Edini Sisan Yin non friend of Royal International School. Until we unim Ahmedia, Kumasi no. You know, I'm opposite, so just behind the stadium. It is a camp sports assembly. The country, wow, school next stadium share wall. Yeah, uncle and trivia. Yeah, bomb midweek now niskakra. Two crook a see with that. I said, drain beneath colony room. Na yenye free ni akɔhwɛ football no week
yeah
nti from that time ni nyina na ni papa sports na me sim papa ho na the stadium kaisa must have been 6 years or so or 5 Kotokoni be United me remfida me the bia usade bia it makes a lasting imprint on your mind
yeah
and you can still visualize it although it's several decades away
yeah
because na Kotoko no be United. My first football game I'm here. I Kotoko share red bees no mo share yellow and black. I said damn no.
I did that them sir.
Nti me kai. Na me we a friend is saying those days 74 na common entrance. Me said na me di buam kakra.
Yeah, I was reading your profile yesterday and I was overly impressed.
Topic common entrance war is school na me nya fanspem so na o Cape Coast na o free kuma say
I'm say hono also koi
Osuko
Brian na what any more there also come fanspem
oh ono 98 na branch
and yeah
so unti from fanspem O levels so a film yeah there no so those days in 1979 only 115 of us countrywide got this distinction.
Wow.
And I was one of the 15 in fanspem in your distinction. Sixth form number library prefect on fanspem and son and me qualified to go to KNUST civil engineering to study okay civil engineering you know we 4 years now and I'm going National Service or Ghana Highway Authority. In engineering, they me started my career, I don't know, but because me be a celebrity in TEM, because after I finished my degree in 1986, so long back be me takwa bruchi in those days. No, now me papa free mutina. You say I think I can to bobo now the kwa bruchi no long back kwako boy
juma kakra no aba
na waba. Sana ni from 83, 84, 85, 86. Me it is me chair hokaka until National Service to me by January 87 me train Tottenham ne Arsenal no more London derby. It was the 100th at that time, the 100th London derby. Now me pese me coffee. Now me mama those days no ejuma with Tottenham in the administration no pay office until now Costrana go who players like Glenn Hoddle Oswaldo Adeles one bedroom pay those days I breach 2 weeks brown envelope we are the assistant who the transformation of the world technology and everything until we call few back nam started the National Service with Ghana Highway Authority as a young engineer. Highway authorities in those days it was very wonderful. They take you through all the various departments. The answer, by the time you conclude your National Service, you are a completely rounded civil engineer because you do materials division, quality control, into adherence and compliance with standards near into projects near yes or tested aggregate they by use lay asphalt or whether they're doing at the right temperature and the stability of the concrete mix and all those things and quality control. If it means so contracts division. Contracts on the procurement. The young fan says a bay quine and a bay bridge and a bibia. You will be a first near friend engineer's estimate. Yeah, estimate. And son a tender. A tender na more person contractors never be dinner. Your window be a mammo confidence interval plus or minus 5. And son I consider
right, so you can't go overly
well then you will not be shortlisted.
Yeah.
You will not be shortlisted. Into your bridges department because those days Swedro. Do me call Mam Kura bridge. I go and do bridge inspections and those things as a young engineer. And also now in those days near we be from mobile maintenance unit. To me say my cotton offense road in those days. About near camp. Camp so they move the room. You know, so it was very exciting, but you get to know the country.
Yeah.
So there was another camp there, mobile maintenance. And Ejuso. So until all those oh, I see. So you spend about 1 month or 6 weeks there learning the ropes of as a young engineer. You go and see the work that they do and all that. And that was the time na Cape Coast Road no asay no. Nti anyan kwanta through Bekwaya kutu Yamransa na asi. Nti for very many years we be a quick Cape Coast. I don't go fan cry. That's when we were sent because survey and design division. There was another division of highways, a friend of survey and design. Timuna muye geometric surveys, vertical alignment, horizontal alignment, cuts and fills and that kind of stuff. Nti ekoda asen fusu kwan do krobia no bomo camp.
No more stay for some time.
To be I say you know crowd ko in room.
Wow.
So they now can yeah, that's right. Even places to ease yourself was not easy.
Difficult. Yeah.
And by the time you finish, you become a fully rounded engineer, and one of the first places they posted be a friend engineering studies, and before we design roads and all that. Ntimiko who Eskuma Johnson to Jasikan KJB Fruako.
Wow, you still have memory of all that?
Oh, of course. I mean, those are things that it lives with you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, of course, by that time, so none of my interest in politics had already been excited from even school time, because all of us know what the sad events of June 30th, 1982. My father was one of the 3 High Court judges who were kidnapped and murdered during the early days of the revolution.
So sad.
Yeah. And by that time, I had always felt, look, I have to be able to work hard to support whatever arrangement we can have to return the country back to democratic rule, so that we can banish these military adventurers and dictators. And national service, we put ourselves together. That was very, I would say it was a watershed moment. Doctor say, she say, "Oh, my rehini, no a medical officer, oh manshia, na the office wada braka. Mr. Satan me free highways na me office, ya koje office wada braka Jones Nelson Road. Tini honi meetings na ne papa we. Ti ekwa ye na mrante no bebre be share nti na yeto ye hudi Brothers 89. That was the time where the formation of the Young Executive Forum, time na ye Buzia Dankwa Club, nti the likes of myself, Kojoban Redu, Akwesi Osei, former foreign minister.
Yeah, he was in my constituency.
Okay, yeah, I was just on MP. Albert Kandapa, Alan Shirmatin, Peter McMenu, Dr. Heyman, Cecilia Dapa, Courage Kwashiga, Mrs. Asma. You know, they were a group that was meeting almost on a weekly basis. Osekwabna, what a shaggy leggy ties there.
Yeah, shaggy leggy ties.
He was on those days. He was an accountant. So shaggy leggy ties. And Joe Nyame also was
very powerful.
Free Munche, and many others. That's how we work together to support the tradition, the formation of the MPP. Now before then, I said, okay, but enough football, no sports, not me penalty. Not Madame Papa Pencil. It's on across America or Minneapolis. Now the Papa regional sports director. And to me, February by there be a cost to the make top. We are commentators. But because of my exposure to the BBC, the ITV, and how they used to handle major sports events like the 1984 Olympic Games. And I really enjoyed the live coverage of it. And Ghana had never experienced anything like that. Until 1986, UK no more programs or TV, football focused. On a Saturday to prepare for the week's
soccer events and sporting events.
That's right. After that, ITV, I learned a lot. You know, it inspired me. Say, until one of those days, he introduced me to Papa friend Henry Ako. He's still in Ghana. We're over 85 now. So
wow.
Yeah, he was the director of sports of Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Sometimes station here back up here Ghana.
Yeah.
Somewhere
and this and that. That time GBC
TV.
GBC.
And on the year say any sports bit morning programs be. And no the Saturday and no say try me on it. No, I have the appetite and the potential,
the passion.
That's right. And then also I said to him that I wanted to be a commentator, and I said, okay, then I'll do some summaries first. Kofi Kumado, William Opare, Charles Ladbridge, Penifoni Kenamo, and once we started that, no who's a potential no. One day, Edward Fachi, who was the host of Sports Highlights, now cover United African Cup winners. It was a year. No, me send a flight or return flight into me drew. You know, no catch him. So the way I deny Edward Fachi is not likely to be here for the Monday night sports program. Until me standing in, and I thought this was a big opportunity for me. I was only 25 years, at the time, and I just said. The rest they say is history.
So basically, that's how you got into sports.
Yeah, so I became a very, I would say, as a young person who was, in the homes of everybody, Monday night, 8 o'clock, sports highlights, so the whole country, attention was focused on me. And because now I'm a pet sports, I follow it. Into Kobo under 17 Scotland, will say me DHA, Glasgow. 1988 we went to Seoul for the Olympic Games. So until by 1989 you call Scotland for under 17 that Lambton by. Na me say no, e kwan bia so Ghana ye be hwe World Cup live. Ye be nye bizada. First ne bo World Cup be 2-3 days and sana GTV abi show. Timiko hu Jacob Bilam. Sometimes now I had been involved in the
political terrain
I feel start. Na ono so chief managing director of Lintas, one of the biggest advertising agencies in Ghana. I'm catching so World Cup many GBC phone penny phone be akasa. Say pesi nya live feed dey I can see it. Na you will be a friend of UTNA. I've forgotten the full details. Now it's a French organization, a group of all the broadcasting institutions in Africa. A friend of UTNA. To me, I said they will give us the feed live, but we have to pay. I'm quite Jake. And they say on our advertising companies, beer companies in here, the moment what kind of benefit are they going to get? And I'm going to put together panel discussions before the match, during the halftime, and after the match. So I would say, humility. The innovation to have presentations and panel discussions was one of my innovations that I introduced into Ghanaian.
Very impressive.
Yes, broadcasting. Into ideas and even the way the set was designed, because with my engineering background, Mike Amonkwafu, who was then the main set designer, he eventually became the director of television. Was a close friend of mine. I helped with because who said designs ITV Channel 4.
So he combined all those ideas,
and because I had been traveling to UK a lot, now a lot of tapes. And those days, I'm against copyright, but those days, baby,
no, be fine.
And me call HMV, ni Virgin, ma kototo old World Cup tapes. It's been who said say country being a country, but I'm going into the records. I pick it old match, be my boy in the World Cup. So it became very interesting.
Wow.
And I think the opening game, because na Misunami pe Maradona, I had loved Maradona from his childhood. In 1986, I followed him. In fact, my team crowd were the captain or a friend Argentinos Juniors.
Oh wow!
A Coles team.
Argentinos Juniors.
Yes,
it's still there.
Yes, Black Stars goalkeeper World Cup, Lawrence Atizigi, Oyamakola.
Oh wow! From your team?
Yes, I produced Prince Tego.
Oh wow!
Isaac Vosa, quite a number of them. And I've had that team for over 20 years. It's still there. I'm the 17, and the 15.
Oh wow!
And the 13. So, into all these things, and my sports, I became some of a bit of a national figure. Into the 1990 World Cup, Italia 19, the whole country, that was the first time we were watching football live, World Cup live. Now, panel discussions. Now, I'm paying Maradona, Cameroon, Argentina opening game.
Yeah.
Edil Facine host to me. So I think I was with Papa Pencil, sometimes Moses Formani, sometimes Kwabena Agyeipong. But I was the constant feature. Now, because of Maradona and Timmy support to
Argentina. So you went against your own African country.
That's right. And on Busam side, so football they against the man here. Into Africa 7 to Maradona na mepe. And they share one. Cameroon share one.
I think that game called red card.
Yes, 2 red cards for Cameroon. 2 red cards,
9 against 11.
And Ghanaian Times, they had a very long serving editor, Christian Agri. So kind of.
Yeah.
Which was stinking editorial.
So
I didn't support
to Argentina.
It became a very on radio, television, and all that. But it was nice. I mean, I'm just trying to tell you that's how
you got into
TV. Into TV, and I continued for a very long time as host from '87 right through the early '90s.
Yeah,
and politics beba na mpenifoi. Yes, Kwabena. I drew time I see you be obijina national television, so I party political broadcast. Sometimes you didn't say no.
Yeah,
maybe I see you. Sometimes microphone you must say yes. Rolling says season microphone you more Johnny. Be mensa siao we have just say Safu do move companies here closing it down. Penny for be grab TV so I can say no be a ehu and Cancer summit in here, no suffer do fee or East Legon. Those is East Legon you grew up.
Yeah.
And this and that. No quite why a bank lane, maybe an a fee no one. Na penny for in SCC Trasina, penny back was a cop now on a wild brandy. Also, no better TV so
be any more.
Auntie Wolf
when him kwaje.
That's right. And then for someone who was working at Ghana Highway Authority, which is a public institution, a public organization, to have the courage to sit on national television and campaign against a military leader who was still a dictator at that time,
no democracy.
Party political broadcast now.
So you took a huge risk.
Huge risk. Until me can't be a sacrifice any service. I'm talking about my life experience. These are the foundations of my political career. I have what I call a political doctrine, triple S.
Yeah.
Service, sacrifice, and selflessness. Me kind say that is how I have lived my life. And my life experience. How your program na could do head office highway authority and paying for be no ojane because that time it was dangerous to be against the NDC, the PNDC at the time. But actually the way a stolen verdict. It was very tough.
Yeah.
The 1992 election, in my view, was a non-election because that's what Jaffa were in control of.
Yeah, everything.
And it is a net agent or whole no. Of course, commandos now they will walk you away. Even the results in bureaucrat, they don't declare that we are necessary boxes. Boxes no class no transparent.
Yeah. We've come a long way, I think.
We've come a very long way. It is very important that those of us who live through those experiences, we share these experiences to the new generation Ghanaians, especially Emrantian. Statistical survey on some way. Just say 6% pay.
Yeah.
And Timrantian below 40, they are well over 60% of the population.
And
they've never gone, they don't have a feel of what Ghana has been through.
True.
And the experiences that we have been through. Into the Akakrabi to Amwa, near Kikemna, oh, and yenye say, hey, ku asem de mesre.
Yeah.
We are Ghana ni, they Ghana for fem 79 and 81. You may die curfew 6 o'clock near the co 8 near the co 10 Shemusa anti Ghana nightlife near collapsed. We used to have a 24-hour economy. And for year Jumanajo like Abroche.
Yeah.
Ninja collapsed. Up to now, we've never been able to recover. Inti yeah, Mr. Kolani be minim say yes, we are having challenges, shortcomings.
Yeah.
Oh, but the system of government that we have today, which is every 4 years we go to the polls and decide who our leaders should be, is the best form of system. Ibetimenya. Timestre will be all Ghanaians to encourage ourselves to support the democracy, and we should cherish it. It has been a difficult journey. People lost their lives. People lost their business. Krofo Johnny who died in poverty and penury outside the country, just to be able to see to what we have today. There are challenges that we are seeing, and of course we are going through very difficult times in our country right now. But we've got to, that's why we have to hold our hands together, work together as a country, work together as a party, and make sure the right decisions are taken so that we give ourselves the best opportunity going forward. Where my background kakra. Now, I mean, me dwelling in the past. Most importantly, what we need now is to move on as a country.
Be progressive.
Move on as a country and look into the future. And I always believe, as you say, baby, Drew, after 30 years of democracy, Ghana has become like a star pupil. I mean, Uko baby now boarding, now free Ghana, they look on you with a lot of respect. And kakra. Say the way he did it one time, say politics or Ghana na kasa emphata dominating the airwaves, and especially now with the new brand of social media movie. Obi timi tranifie na chese de ope.
Ofan phone synonym.
No aye no I on TV station.
There he goes.
And some more omo cano emphata.
Yeah.
And some language omo use emphata. It is completely un-Ghanaian. It's not how our culture is. We need to respect elders. Sebi uni umampeni ana ohini bikra enyadwuna ye wokwan paswa ye faswa ye dey express that. Kasa ne bi no ha is unfortunate. And sometimes also be there so one National Media Commission and Communication Authority. some of the language that we see on national radio, on national television. The person better say, is it BB
Sikagari, yeah.
And so many other things that should not be allowed. So, enti yama materialism, agripping as a people. To be a dear Mikeko pre-BB, baby, I echo. Na Ghana ye fapim pa. Na we used to cherish. Say to watch Nuado, Kasapa, and ni any buo. I said, we won't to say Ubi Bakra, Bibi, Nanya, Utimitiano, Etimitri,
of course,
or Compasso. You know, because a era. And that is what worries me. And that is why I've decided to be an advocate for this country, Ghana. Not only my own political admission, but most importantly, the transformation of this country. Ghana. And you hear me. Transforming the people in our country, making them aware, say, look, say, nipa pi GDA or politism, I say, Atuchima.
And yes, I say, Atuchima.
Okay.
It's gone down.
It's gone down. All the surveys I've seen from the Afrobarometer reports, no, that the confidence in the political architecture is dwindling.
Yeah.
Inti idea say bibi. Ma Ghana for enya GDA bi say, uko politism wa uko pe bibi edi. Ese ekɔ politics say ye kwa akosom oman no ye koye bibi e dia beboa oman no to improve the lot of the Ghanaian people and not to lord it over them. Enti after 30 years, and I think all of us, ne politicians, and of course the ultimate responsibility lies with the politicians. Omo Ghana for to Obama edit to missions as a here so. But we as Ghanaians, every individual say e kwa e faso ye politics. Efaswa ye TSS politics no air public service. Na ye ba be so mo man no ye be hye ne ma na ye na enkoye se adidie. Makasa se mo baby a me ko bia na I want to repeat it here.
Yeah.
Ghana for ye ahwoho adodo. Se me ma post sisi a.
No all
Lord. Benya na fofofo omo ne ba be ye oyodium. I call them enablers.
Yeah.
Instead say mbe bo kokose hwehwie yiro ho adwuma edi ama no adwuma na eden no
mengu enum ase bo ho moden
wo ko vetting kra ahemfu tutuntuma wo hwe tupa da kra gu so nti ye ma wadwene ye se bibi wo ho a wo kodi na emom nya adwuma den na ukoye. So we lose focus of the assignment that we have been given rather than the perks of political power.
Yeah.
And if we the politicians don't speak up against this, why na be can say ebe di amai. It is all about leadership, our style of government, and all these things have to change for the better. Nti ena me baya me ka me hu se baby a bedru as a country no. All of us need to recalibrate. Yeah, engineers they say recalibration. We use your equipment it's all called recalibrate because be measurements na ma on no.
Wrong.
That's right. Now deviate from what it's supposed to be. So we have to reorient ourselves, recalibrate our thinking about what our nation should be and how it should mean to us. Nationalism, and America had some of them.
Yeah.
Obiya fi and both the flags.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have belief in the stars and stripes.
Yeah.
And we have to have that belief in our country. And we need to be able to say Ghana is a country worth dying for. Then so Ghana news and now read social media. Just said the level of despondency, desperation, because that's the only country we have, and we have to build it and protect it. So I want to use my life experience and this battle I'm on as a testimony to the Ghanaian people. So we are young. Now, if you are prepared to do what is right and principled, you can have some decent amount of success and be able to live. So
very well.
And it's very important that we look at that as Ghanaians. And as a Dudona, we need a critical mass of people thinking this way. It's tough. Me kasa say ana we are me MPP for ni bi kra na omfu say kwabna na e say wo attack e man da bi nyesa. Governments are put into office to solve problems.
Yeah.
Not to talk about problems.
Make good decisions. Impactful decisions.
Impactful decisions that will change the lives of the Ghanaian. So unti bibi koso na nya na ese yetimu bi yetimi eka we cannot say we hide under our political banner and say bibi because nenya was won can. And there I think say we is now di omaino abro. Until the time has come for all of us Ghanaians to recognize that we have to think in the collective. Individualism will not help us. It hasn't helped us. Until Ghana High King. Look, if you go through the last 30 years, various governments have implemented various economic policies. ERP, a friend say DIC cry diversity chat near tone near ye say for time I was his press secretary, you call HIPIC, and now we are going back to the IMF, and this I hear is the 17th time. Quite clearly, IMF New World Bank, any the Western world. No money be save so called doctor 17 times also one to. It's quite clear that the solution is not there. We've got to look inside ourselves, be firm and strong, and decide that this is what we want to do as a country. And that's how come I always want to encourage our government and our president to be upfront with Ghanaians and take the difficult decisions that have to be taken to reignite confidence in the political system and confidence in the economy so that we can move forward. Because if you have the generation that loses faith in governance, that means we are heading towards trouble. And we can only do so by acting, by taking decisive decisions. And no, the Bemankrofo, and who say Abino, say near Memoyeding. Nesse, the people of this country, if we have to go under austerity measures, then you would expect, the government itself would tighten its belt. So, do ye bibia na Ghana for you have their support because we say we. And there are certain things I have said and I want to repeat here, that governments in this country have become too large for a small country of what, 35 million. The constitution gives us a limit of 19 cabinet ministers. If I'm fortunate enough to be elected as a flag bearer and president of our country, I will make sure we respect that.
So the constitution says we should have 19
cabinet ministers. And I may feel so, Omaino, that's why the constitution says the cabinet is like the advisory body to the president. And I am always of the view that all ministers have to be part of that cabinet. No need to have too many ministers outside the cabinet. I've shown me videos.
I've listened to a couple of your interviews, and I think you are re-echoing them.
That's right. Some of my Canada 2008, even when I was in government as press secretary to the president, I was not happy with the number, and I've said it before. Because at the end, when you have a small government, it's likely to be more efficient. You, the president, you have a handle of it. You'll be able to check and monitor what you're doing and demand progress and demand results, and we should be results oriented. Engineers say we designing road or say build end of it or as we see in your design. If there are any defects, I will see it
will show up.
And yes, when you make a mistake, and this is a doctor nipa bakune who making mistake maybe a nipa 10, nipa 20, no. So you've got to be very careful with your precision and your compliance, quality control and quality standards. And that's something that we as Ghanaians, we are not doing. Until now, bet me who obi, oh yeah, Jumo or Benjamin, no art in the company. No, all the contract,
conflict of interest disregarded
completely. So, teacher needs a headmaster said, they say, the Adriani command collar, ubehu, no, omode half, lady akusi baby. Food contractor, no, according note a free buffer stock. No, they call headmaster, no, be a koye, na. Aduane said the Korean kola no afa. Police need na kwan ho. Ye nyina akate ani. Eno an say ye hwim e free driver for. Mate, osra no pa onware. No, when
I was listening to your interview and I heard that part, I just burst into laughter.
All these things, we have to build this country across board, socially, economically, and politically.
Morally too.
Socially, moral. So, and all these things are important. You go to some other countries. And I was in Costa Rica in March for the World Engineering Convention. Very impressed with them. Small country. I don't think they are anywhere near Ghana by way of resources. We say who a dan obi aye extension atra boundary da. Not one. I looked out for it carefully. And so Ghana ubia baby and ubia bokios no dey see ho.
Wow.
Yeah, yen stop no. Ubu na ba kwa beka ho mienu miensa. By the time assembly no be sorry na we say call no na aye bigger human problem because they are Ghanaians. They also need something to survive. But it doesn't mean they should infringe on the laws of the country. We've got to impose order and discipline in Ghana. So, now, him will be who say, we are at the traffic light in Afamwa. I don't take it, Bebro. Ubetia, why you cannot afford Sewuntia. So, them sure. So these things have to happen. And then with computer and digitization, I don't think as a police for
we'll come to those things. But Mami Misa way because Obibeka said all these things you are telling us, we've heard them before. When politicians come, they tell, we'll do this. I remember very well when Nanado came here, Armenia. We held a big town hall for him, not all raising funds. He told us a lot of things. I'm on for the messages, baby, but I'll be reading some of them.
That's right.
What we say, it's too late now.
It's not too late at all.
When you want the thing,
the reassurance I want to give Ghanaians is the facts will be wanye and just will be a can
onye.
And in any case, yeah, there is a kutwaba EOB.
Exactly.
Inti, we cannot afford to sit and say BBC akoso and yentino. What are you going to do? Inti mubi and run a country. No? The country has to be run.
Yeah.
Inti saakasano there. We just have to always hope for the best. And I'm not saying this say me a fresh person. I've been in government before. I've been press secretary to the president for close to 6 years.
Yeah.
And I also had the opportunity to do Nema Nipebi Mema.
Yeah.
Fortunately, as a civil engineer, me Juma as a consultant, esi me dying. And sana my power in 2001. The Biana Mister me time fighting as a because of my principles and papa di atiminintino. Me pese me ame wo mba bitna.
And sana makwabam.
That's right.
Me ameka say
when the time came and I was appointed press secretary. Yeah, my apartment or your friend say cantonments. In fact, first one I say rich. I'm say Debbie, Metna is Legon. My own house that I built in 1999, 2000 before we came to power from the sweat of my engineering career. So I always want to encourage the young people say, have your own career first.
Before you venture
that's
into
right.
politics.
Now and sana wako into politics. Sana ukoma unim say kwa kosum. Nyafe na wako piska to asas.
Compare Japan.
Yeah, and to me, in those 6-7 years that we were in power for 8 years, Makoto government asasibida. I was even dead against that. He said government in Sassi Betunton, especially to people in government. Yeah. And it didn't start with our government or now. Rawlings' time. It is worse because who the waba abe bon crofo to say ubia koji a loan 50,000 credit me bon to in those days. Ekowi as in some country other places or only money
31st women's movement
GNTC so these are things that happen na Ghana no intimi nka no kre because is radius so asem no da hopa yempese e beka so but this is wrong. And whether it is done by the NDC, PNDC, or MPP or NDC, it is wrong. And I am against it. And we need more people around the table who are speaking for the country Ghana in the corridors of power. And I have always been an advocate for that. Me videos of 2004, even when I was press secretary to the president. So on them sure. When I was general secretary to the party, I told the whole world, say suban bi a ekripu wo Ghana mumie nyai na dache ebe hae. Those days Muhammad tukwan na ye party fo bi asesa placards na ye dinatem say na meka say dey na moye no munjai because when a president leaves the shores of Ghana he becomes an ambassador for all of us.
For all of us, yeah.
Oba Ghana na ye no asem bi a yaka no ha. We can protest and do what and no, yes, so mudi matem say atominate all part of my problems that I face in our party. Now say President Akufo-Addo kwaye inside in our party. Now say President Akufo-Addo kwaye inside.
Who
say Obi, this our video no. 2015 video kasa K the prophet.
Oh, you're in some now
that's right.
Trying to stop your party members
from doing that. So, and I quite remember in 2007, so I still doing Ketia. I was one of the youngest of the 17 aspirants.
Yeah.
Okay, I say, can I use very loose words?
Yeah.
Say, you penny or something like that. And I'm catching a sa casano.
A cromfo doing so.
And ye casa a fata. And ye casa a fata. My friend, no catching personally. No can say do. When you think for political expediency, you want to denigrate people, it will come back and bite us. Because respect and work for politicians in general, everybody thinks there will be a real politician. Me, I want to state it here and I want to repeat it. Me, all the money I made came from my engineering. Most of it, the biggest, everything that I made came from my engineering practice. Me or done too. It was never out of my time in politics. And it's very clear. Say, when I'm saying this, I want us to be able to lead by example ourselves. Look, Chief of Staff, me for the first 2 years, even as press secretary, I used to drive my own car because as an engineering consultant, my Juma Kusidai or Boise project manager in 1993, 94, 95, $15 million project, 150 unit housing estate. It's almost a tiny Roland estate or Boise.
Wow.
Who were the engineers? My colleagues setting up a company after me free highways. And Bibi Kaka. Now, BMW 535i in those days.
In those days?
Now, about 2000, I feel now I'm and I use this for over 2 years. So, me can say because I want people to understand, and we need to create that culture. This is
yeah.
Now, I'm saying, now I'm BBC, former Deputy Prime Minister, I think it's Lord Clark, Kenneth Clark. Once Nottingham Forest was about premiership.
Oh, yeah.
20 something years. The team no Okohebo. Or to tax him. No, I share a Cambodia a day, Chese, Usia or Nantiaco. Simple.
Can we live such lives?
We should live such lives. We should. We should live. Look, Nansen, I'm in a Machimota police station. I'm a cock. Me a Methodist men's fellowship. And you may know
Methodist.
KWABENA. And I met and you remember when I'm driving. Timmy Quantum said, "Car be flashing me. To Achimota police station, said, I'm a jammy packet. Tiku Bini, driver and lady beat him. By I just why excited. The Japan teacher interviews Nancy. Hey, now I'm going on. I'm saying, Nade. Oh, because he be our driver, and I'm so Adiasa, me quite sorry, driver, I'm still coffee. No, so we're simple, son. I'm saying, now can I say. You know, people think and they have a certain idea of who you are.
Yeah.
Almost nime kasasre many days I not so and we should be able to live like that. And this a kesisem ne nyama en here because look, sikano krabino as a country we are struggling. And we should not live beyond our means. The bia me say economy asema ya ken aye din economy no ane what you are earning say okwa adwuma de o de ba fie and
said you see 80 no
that's right say ukwa na usika na city ete no ho aduane na o de be ma sika no be ma ye no aye aduane ama de ahwe o ma de atua o bills ne ade u sure say why wo fie abakọ bobu sia say o pese o di abenkwan to champagne ni cake ni ade we akọ bobu chance
abra uniska
be unyesa. But as a country we've been doing that because there be a better budget bia no estimates for our expenditure spending higher than revenue. There's a gap we will na obi mefile why na mefile ma. I think it is time for us to look Ghanaians in the face and say if we estimate say last budget I think it was 103 billion if my memory serves me right, and the expenditure was 130 something. About 30 plus gap. It's 103 now. Plan with 103. Go to the Ghanaian people and tell them, say, look, you buy 6 years, you are quite no credit me or MPP aban touched a lot of roads, health infrastructure, what do you call it? Educational infrastructure. And to be at the time has come for us to say that no new projects. Let's maintain what we have. Because Ghana, the idea high
maintenance culture.
Maintenance culture.
Yeah.
The BIA you could be before the America. And also so procurement opportunities room. The idea I say the Ghana 2 cities, no bones Ghana and Kwambeton 10 cities.
10 cities. Sputnik V vaccine a buyer.
Just say, apart from that, you go to Ghana now, Land Cruisers that should be costing you about 110, 120 is now costing $180,000 to $200,000 because people know that the government is the biggest purchaser of these vehicles. But why should that be the case? Especially at the time that our economy is in a situation where we are tight. Is that the time for you to go and order new cars? No. There's something called priorities. And if we as politicians don't lead and let people know, it will hurt us. Because at the end of the day, public servants and civil servants, they don't take the blame. Yeah. But I can tell you, they take most of the loot.
Yeah.
I've been in government before.
Yeah.
We say UPBA no 10. I'm telling you, these are things happening in our country.
Yeah.
And so as leaders, and think about the collective interest of the country and work towards that. Okay. And then how to even downsize government and so many other things that I think say high. Yeah, starting a Fourth Republic, 110 districts.
Yeah.
Do appointed nipa 110. And now Bedru 261 as
I'm 265 or so. 265. Yeah.
I didn't try. Or he be asking per district. I didn't know per district. We can bring development without demarcating a district.
Yeah.
We don't need that. Even the regions. I've never supported the increase to 16. Maybe 12. Because of only vote a Western North. Any Uti na I think say
it made sense to you.
In my view.
Yeah.
In my very humble view. Because we share in Quanta any pasa sroha untimi kasa obaho for your capital.
Yeah.
And they are totally different people. So the same with Sefi and Wasafo.
Yeah.
So coming to second D is a bit of a stretch. Yeah. So the rest I didn't understand that. But anyway, I mean these are my personal views. If I was contacted on that, this is what I was going to express.
Yeah.
Apart from that, so yes, sir. Instead of buying 110 cars, you are going to buy 265. That's double you are increasing the pressure on the treasury, on the cost of running government.
And then your expenditure
goes up.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, your revenue is dwindling because you are not tightening even the loopholes.
It's a make up be crack. I'm saying they come information to me from.
They say Kudru now uti anye ye na ye oh yes yaje so ni aton fufu. And I've spoken about this. It's morally unsound.
Over his canon so and Kaudi now almost say they are charging you more, they sell the car less.
Why? At the very least, say it to me simplify Niemasa. Now, yes, I saw the custom officers and the public officers, the Omani Didi, because who would the idea call Ghana, who the obetia. Into who here and him no cassette. I did case will be a 20, so
I went,
but memo. It should be very simple. Say, bottle of water now, the banner say, but you will be at 10 cities. It has to be clear. Car, say, why the country is so complicated. Every car is a car. And we've been importing cars for the last donkey years. Do we know the average amount of money that we've been taking? You can pull an average, maybe 2. So okay, small cars, saloons, will be into 20,000. 4-wheel drives and our big vehicles, 30,000 and 40,000. And you're clear,
this is how much it's going to pay.
So that there was no room for any custom officer. Say, I wouldn't say na sikana private pockets. Oh, so these are some of there are a lot of interventions that I've spoken about. I mean, say up to now, we've had this cocoa industry for over 100 years. And so da bia ye se ye niska ye to koko chance ye kobo busia abroche koko ezu no ye to no cedis mo farmers na ye koto no kana nye dollar na edi twa cedis
yeah
enti ye pese che se da koko aba nyina ye ntimi manage the finances such that say your private adwuma ka wa manage en wo skakra da the other beton the bia da
yeah
unko bobusia na ade akoto na akobo busia skra any kwan e befa so benya from the government system na and now say the local arrangement with the banks and to be able to raise the cedis to be able to do that ye ko abrochi ne akoya arrangement yes be the syndication
yeah
emu legal fees emu insurance emu commissions buhuna kwabrane bi tibabi no
de obeje no obi a odo koko no brekra nya
no akoko farmers wako hu se obi kra sebio atare papa kra bi shebida. But these are the people through whose hard work, back-breaking hard work, and the country survives. See, a lot of these things, significant changes have to be made. And see, I'm coming out to tell the Ghanaian people, want to be an advocate for a new dawn, a new direction, and a new dimension. And I'm very firm about that.
A new dawn,
a new direction, and dimension.
Dimension. 3 Ds.
Yes. So, they come at 3 S no, triple S no.
Triple S, triple D.
Any politician should be prepared to serve, sacrifice, and be selfless.
Okay.
Into service, sacrifice, and
selflessness.
Say, and no wa, and ma unya tema. So, say, wa ye maya, a swanyema, ujina kwan, na wiye shino, ukura hide. Usha adeni nyina bi enu 50 cedis kwa na ne bashenage so udru sa traffic light na se oyema ansho wenya temam wi a na che se wo de nyese oben politics you should have that empathy because politics is about service and the idea we have to drum it home and drum it home and drum it home so that one fu say adidie na bedidie no we can banish them out of politics and get the right minds, patriots who are dedicated to the promotion of the country's values to give us an opportunity.
Okay.
Meaning said there are people who are going to be doubters. I know they said they're working. But that will not discourage me or shouldn't discourage anybody.
And it is not because it is Kwabena speaking. It is because of maybe incidents and things that they've been told before that people they trusted and probably who didn't fulfill their promises or let them down. And see, it's like, oh, Kwabena can't say in a way back. What makes me think Kwabena would do it? But I think also my dean, I meet you. So I'm just enjoying the conversation because you seem to fall within my line of thinking. No, China, my brother Penny back or UK didn't come on, and then we're talking politics. I was you, Massa. Jai wo de oya no aye ho se wona be Ghana ye ye de wakokra na ye de wakotena ho a can you be like them obey to say omo ana me bisa ne say so are you telling me we don't have any politician in Ghana odwene o man ho no de onye corrupt to say de odwene no was you massa hwan omumu hwan so you see even those of us in the diaspora still think to say I said just like you were saying earlier I said as a Ghana enye
which is something that is very sad. Yeah, they hadring, sir. Notion.
Yeah, be program in Chono. Yeah, be program na. Ebi afro. Madam Fubi, o Sunday lengwan o so masa. Me de more year sports na meet you because the morning show we do a combination of sports and every. Was me the more year sports na meet you. Mu wie na mo call politics so na me jai na Ghana asem de masa. I don't even want to hear it anymore because no making reference nanado no gidi o naradum. And Nanado and to me and yet no susunti or taste person we are now a jai their canity.
Well, for those who think like that, I want to reassure them and let them know, say, we are there, we are Ghana, and Uni Hokra won't crop for.
Oh, you have a family.
That's right, and you can't afford to say, we jai. Yes, say, when the good men decide not to act, what happens?
The foolish people take decisions for you.
And I'm just trying to add on because you see. And yeah, sebi more amosusumu free diaspora. Look, Nanado government has been very, very generous with diasporans. In fact, to the detriment of Nipeni or Ghana, cry on Bufu, another Nipeni.
And now, because some of
Bruchea, I want Ghana in high positions. deputy CEO, bebre.
In fact, and it's true. Even
so, why have they not been able to bring all these ideas
and changes that we aspire to see?
That's right. In fact, why? And that's why I think that it is important. Say the biano you say it we are young
see to
I think it's important that we have to organize President Bush was a coalition of the willing. So we should not allow ourselves to think that way. Say ye ho na ehu say and it does work kese wo ho e betimi asesa o man. All of us have to come together and think and work together that way. We can't even afford it.
Yeah.
Intimi nkase da bi ye jemusa yen sa enye.
Unity Radio 103.9. Make no mistake. Yene Honorable KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG. Anna Ekasa. Remember KWABENA, engineer by profession. He was the former press secretary to President Kufuor from 2001 to 2006, and of course, former general secretary of the NPP. KWABENA, mami mbisa say, chairman, meba also. I'll make Memphis or signal. Mami mbisa 7 under President Kufuor. How was it like? Na ukasa about you being press secretary and not in agreement with some of the decisions, especially you talked about the cabinet, say the constitution says it should be this, it should be that, but it wasn't like that. How was it like? Was it a challenge to you? Because the man for Taikan said, sum penny. Now I say he's making decisions and Ghana culturally, morally. Why do you challenge Penny Akasa? Una unim nyansa. Penny ni de Jimmy. Who see him funny pa 19. Who I shall myself call out now. How was it like?
Well, I mean, I would be honest with you. President Kufuor will be a Tina Kufuor friend, a gentle giant. I mean, he's a remarkable character to start with because me cried it. Me fan say, only did because I didn't even support him. In the internal contest.
Time now.
Yes, in 1990, I was virtually current President Akufo-Addo. I would say I was his de facto campaign manager.
Oh wow! So when Kufuor and Akufo-Addo were contesting, yes, you were on Akufo-Addo's ticket.
I time launching the campaign, I held Akufo-Addo's hand in Osu Presbyterian Hall.
Wow!
And said, "This is the next president of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo." Nadu do not call him say friend. First now will be a friend.
Nanado, yeah.
Nanado. Chronicle na the PA say Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And it was a very heated campaign. I mean, we moved around the 230 constituencies then in a matter of 6 weeks. So it was very tough, but eventually Kufuor won in Sunyane. So, but then I think he only recognizes Abranti Edubua in time. If you rule of PA. IPAC, Inter-Party Advisory Committee, time a year fighting for reforms in 94. Me, now I was one of the representatives of the MPP.
Wow.
Until all through those days, although 98 man support, you be a campaign in oh my Jacobechi Bilamte, and a frame. No, there was Saturday McMahon, original chairman of Western Region. Jake, because that time now I dodges or NDC.
Yeah.
On now. 96 no any campaign manager and Jake no the man. Jake called me and Victor Newman. Say they were organizing another campaign with the she. But that was the first time we really had an insight into the media. There was pluralism of the media.
Yeah.
Now Metro TV about na joy no near there ba.
TV Africa by later.
So where now you will be a friend advertising cycle. Now near there Akufo-Addo Atoso, Akwani Bibi, man of action, man of vision. Inti emamuya shipa. Do I say no? Come and do this for me in the main campaign. Inti at that time, during the main campaign, I was running the communications, the advertising, the things that I did for Dubois and all that I continue to do for Kufuor. In 2000. Inti I was the one who called Kufuor when he won from the Electoral Commission strong room.
Wow.
Mr. Kufuor, you are elected. And I drew 1028. You are elected.
So you delivered the news to him?
Yes, I called him. So, Auntie, I'm just saying this to let you know that despite the fact that I did not support
Kufuor,
he found it said, look, nipe who potential, pe party no, wasum party no, Auntie, you
This is a revelation to me because I never knew you supported the Akufo-Addo against Kufuor.
But Tramin presidency.
Wow.
I was his press secretary for close to 6
years. Yeah.
24/7. So if you are not someone who is politically tolerant, tactful, and diplomatic, Nipa P won't do that.
Yeah.
But he did that. And in my 5 or so years, in all honesty, in all humility, no do not say, I'm the Fourth Republic, they all hear press secretary.
Oh, you obey you.
No, ni hiyama omai. Now, of course, we have now about some of the things.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never liked large governments. Because there was a time and we aviation and railways, free transport. I am a separate, but I mean, I confuse.
Yeah.
As press secretary, but one who's a many because as a civil engineer, I want the transport to be one.
To be one, yeah.
Apart from roads and highways, if it's so central and critical to the development of our country, they're no penny or isolating it for transport. But normally it should have been Ministry of Transport to cover all
aviation and everything included, railway,
and they should have been one. And that one I disagreed. But of course, he's the president. You have to take instructions. With the wave of the one, call the announcement, no, as press secretary, that kind of thing. But that's fine. So, in Kufuor, I mean, they had challenging times, especially we all knew what happened in Yendi. Those were very difficult moments. Very difficult moments. Of course, some of the details will be published in my book. My book, No
okay.
You know, so, I mean, I've been in government with him. I've seen all the difficulties that you can face as a president. But you have to be in total charge of your government. And then you have to have a team around you. He was fortunate to have Kojo Mpianim, who was also a tough party person, as the chief of staff. And he was someone who had the respect of the cabinet. And he could intervene and why a fraud said Kojo Frewa.
Now you're macho.
So the president didn't need to get involved directly in many things. So and these are some of the wonderful experience, the training that I had, the diplomacy, abutre. So because when I was press secretary, because I'm young at the time, barely 40 years from the start, you know, party for mba say president was busy. Muntimi kuhunu sa ba mzo kwamrande wo so ebeti me hono. Tuba ewia after 3 o'clock, no maybe president adwuma. With meeting office be at 10 because we can be afraid about.
So you have to attend to them.
Yeah, you cannot tell him say I'm for appointment because time I echo campaign say bo rank rufufia he must appointment. There's only one thing I learned from him, having the patience to deal with situations, difficult situations. As a home so maybe be responding gidi. You know, so you learn from him. He's naturally a very fair-minded but firm person, but portions of him and Crofoni those is not abefu near many. Cause I'm recording a lot. You need to go. Hey, our history and to me bonkomo or humorous. Oh, it's just say obe country time and no more that your friend say Ashafort 2 or a champion 2 no more that no oyakola or him penny phone say the rich and any aram some says akola no what that bunk bed so yeah come and say that back the stories me about Ed. So you enjoy that side of him, and that side of him that people don't know. They all see him as a serious person. History of this country has it like this. So those were some of the really wonderful experiences. Of course, there were a few difficult times. A few difficult times.
So knowing Nana Addo and being Nana Addo's campaign manager against Kufuor and having served under Kufuor as the press secretary for almost 6 years, do you see any difference in their leadership styles and tolerance level? You just talked about Kufuor picking you. That one accusation against the Kufuor, which MPP people say Alan Crawford or Niomo compete Alan, support to Alan in our ditchy, he's not really giving them positions, people who they think I was listening to one, I don't want to mention his name, but Mompeni von Bako we must see a men. Do you think Nana Addo is not that tolerant to the point say, okay, Alan call for a company TMA. Yeah, we need power, no, ya be government. We are all in the same party. Then prayer, be on board.
I think as a party, we pride ourselves as Democrats. I think sometimes we haven't covered ourselves in glory. I don't even want to go that far. I want to come back to when I became General Secretary.
Yeah, I was going to come there. I know they hear me, pa.
When I became General Secretary, because I know Sir John was his favorite. Sir John had come out openly that he supported Nanado, which I thought was wrong. As a General Secretary, before an election, you have to be the one who is running the party. So give everybody a fair crack. There's no doubt that Nanado was so much the overwhelming favorite.
Yeah.
You don't need to say. And in fact, those were the reasons why I was motivated to challenge Sir John. Because I felt that baby or the party no had it toss. Yeah, party now say any for. Ghanaians respected them
very well. Yeah. The Damboches and youths.
It could do baby as if he was following the lead of
Sidun Ketia, yeah.
And I felt that no, this is not acceptable for our party. And so I would jump in. And I knew I would win. Because I have a longer, deeper record in this party
and
than
roots,
him.
yeah.
In roots in this party. On the no abruch, about power and son over. Na ko for den ko GMPC cry and son over. I knew say Nanado and the people around him did not like
the idea of
me challenging him. But I went to Nana, spoke with him. So Nana said, "Well, I will carry a minimum started." In 1998, Obian show him.
Me deal with him.
Yeah, any pansia. That's no more parliament. Almost 67. Imumi and some penny kudro se bedi.
Akufo Addo
Crunchy, Sante Achim MP South. Atiwa, Benin Dakum, Cape Coast, Christine Checha. Me, KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG, Victor Hiniko Newman, and a Brigadier Numensa.
Yeah.
No, cost stand winning by 96 and ye. So, these things, you realize that in politics, it gets to a time that decisions have to be taken. And I'm messing media standing. But you should not have any problems because me know me and Nanado in the 80s, people have forgotten he was the president of the Greater Accra Bar.
Yeah.
During the period of difficult Rawlings years and a lawyer for person me Ties Day commemoration decades be beat the Mkasa backward Christ the King, the other one Calvary Baptist Church. And Mr. Name office was the Brakai Benedict until you remember and so we have close links from time immemorial before even the Dubois campaign.
Yeah.
So when we went to Tamale, in fact, some Munamoka say Eco Tamale
accident. Yeah, I very well remember.
Na Dr. Crass on my main Tamale na as some see the Trebia Esoka. Na Penifobia Besramio, Omoko Tamale, no the propaganda to so Nipanam Sumber to Abama no Bubu.
Well, time now, said John, April now, Kotamaleno accident. So you were sent to the hospital.
37.
Yeah, you were brought back to Accra.
Yes, from someone
to Accra.
37. Nurse no hear me cry and say me kuhun.
Oh wow.
Oh. And upon me say Dr. Nancy, look, the way I'm here propaganda say me will not have bit me affecting me food.
I'm so bubu. Untimi pon sorry. You are not mobile. How are you going?
You want to have a confused to be campaign manager and a friend say, oh, there can be a meeting me about I be sure say me move here. Remember, Tiano Patutu na me route Africa World to Tamale. Mas a bomb panier. That an any me operation. Crime sana who say if you have those pictures. In Tamale.
Wow, all for the love of the party, even against your own life.
Yes, and good rule. A bow medina me say we via man can one wet. Na me san ko tramplem back to Accra. Until last minute, he said, I was not there. But I won with a huge margin, and it wasn't close, well over 1,000 votes difference. So on them party we know me I've got
that's where we got the slogan Sergeant says through delegates through delegates.
Because I knew that this MPP when they see a good leader they know who the person is. And almost someone kai to know those who've really sacrificed
for the party.
And the message there from Nkola, I dedicated all my youth to the struggle. Say that I'm making me, mommy. Because I got to a point and you know for a I say, dear, me meko in your scholarship, minko Imperial College, Missy Minko. Say, you're fighting into being true. Sir Uncle Fuya, a year near my bonnie become a family. I won't go. I refuse to go. Some of my brothers are in UK on political asylum.
Yeah.
I refuse to go. I wanted to be there as a sore thumb on the conscience of Ghana so that I keep reminding them lest we forget we don't have this happening in this country again. Enti yato abayi me de me da ho na me tese ese nkrofobia ye meeting say ya we ne e beye adwuma me ahwe me kasa agro
after propaganda say wabubu you went there, showed yourself, you won.
Yeah, there was a meeting in Tamale.
So
so the machinations in a buy and even pure man I kept it. Nancy me ko meeting be on Milton Keynes. Me they were shocked. The first attack on me in the party headquarters. Happened in June 2014. Barely 2 months
after you won the elections.
That's right. And UK. The MPP and International Democratic Union, Conservatives, Republicans, and Christian Democratic Union, nominally or group your friend International Democratic Union. To Uber General Secretary, you go to Conservatives for now. No my meetings kaka ansana wako Berlin yard. Me ko ba bedru anopa me ye ready a call officer menya call from headquarters say confusion be party headquarters near yes security. And I said, no crackers as a security. And also, I asked them, I said, create
confusion, yeah.
But it wasn't even true. Me drew I am a Fameka Gram.
General Secretary,
I'm telling you, I had to send my car to my office and then managed to get in. That was the first day I had invisible forces.
Yeah.
Before then, nobody had heard invisible forces. The boys are big go macho for so many langas who said them mini
macho
for black t-shirts. Headquarters. Say, fortunately, I'm saying penny funny be at say BBSC. No more meeting with Lisa and no more America. As my Nipamiensa. Hakma Uswajima, who's now chairman of Council of Elders, Antia Mabuzia, and then Mami Kujo. Ono or member of Council of States is here, say, of Western region. Don't buy me no mudidin commander. Former chairman of Upper East Wanyan Ofrimwe Adams. Burao. What by MPP headquarters that? So I am in your move crank share General Secretary office near renovations. It's name use boardroom. Boardroom no Burao. A done in Yaminkwa.
Bedding.
Almost on the email, they've been asked to come and remove me from there.
So why they?
Say, yeah, it is a mempe, say, a candidate. Akufa. Saturday, any primary so, but it be 2 years. Miss Ofakunyano, I told my dodgy. Miss
Physical,
Miss Sasha Hannes. There were people there. Samioku was there. Your friend is saying, former treasurer, Abankoya boy was there. Timadam Fubako, a friend of Dr. Heyman. No, Kayong executive and Boni.
Yeah.
And saying the secret, I'm so a chairman of SIC board and I'm Bisa. Before time, I ambassador to South Africa. And also, the office war, asylum down. Enti, or tea, they say Bibisa and or Barbe. Say, no, no, sorry, it's so, Papa. But I say, Miss Interior, and Timid American, I'm afraid police for no being because on no revenue, no original chairman, because of money,
no man.
Say what cost one for Boko station. And yasem kitwa.
The invisible forces, and invisible forces.
Oh, the bonwa de no so the
one cruise by
was almost gate. No, no cruise by later. So whether the thing was planned or not, I don't know. And I never reported this matter. But these are my witnesses. I can give you their numbers. You can call all of them. They want to. I've said this to my baby the first time. So, the attacks on us started very early without any cause. In fact, time I may call national executive, she say primaries no, no. make us 6 December 2014. Constitution in my 2 years. And I'm so on the last possible date. Say I didn't know much and I'm a person, me a quima, a kufa, a lunch a campaign. No to me defeat a. You know, so I say, a do I in time, no, when you're early Congress, and Tikufo to be defeated. Kufo by and Kufo the end of 96 and on soon for years and any early Congress. Do you know much chimchimi and say within 6 weeks necessary, Kotoabana Kufo San Winnie. And the General Secretary in Castle. Current President Obama, my office or Kanda only more very close to his house. I'm saying, me know de, yeah, nanny started. Dear, what it no minty campaign Ubeweni. Me Korani to Obama me as General Secretary. The party people were telling me, say, one on pay. Alan, me a minua penny. My catcher, Alan or Pambusano. Invited him by me fee. Say, a day, to me when also I'm okay, go. But I have no intention of messing up the process into the jammy. The neat process. Now, you're two abani we had winning. No be who say, now me chinchim will be answer. Oh, in a cry, I don't so bad winning that.
Nah, fair.
And to me, the words I use is a dear, Anya, then and theatre, and my agent secretary. Men pesemi de be. Oh, Dr. Makoto Fono and the Natoshi, current foreign minister. National executive meeting. And I'm saying, okay, I fixed the date. Since then, my peace bill. Yeah, change. I then back to October. And here too, fortunately, another won by what 93%.
Yeah.
Tell them say when you got some which South Africa.
So they still thought you had plans, but it just didn't work. So they need to.
We say, I feel how I say petition me about seeing chairman. Chairman, dear Bonina, chairman, Naya Mopetimuino. I want to explain some of these things.
Of course,
especially in the diaspora parties.
It's very important.
Only propaganda, detinipa.
Yeah.
Without knowing what happened. And I'm saying, more Council of Elders, Muna Moye, a year Kasim Si Party Moa, Muna Mosano, Timu demo the petition back, any year. I wrote them, I have a copy of the letter. Omo Koyano Masa Kui two, now Makui two individuals, not as Council of Elders, but individuals to come and fight. Omo Yasu Free Sremo, Musa Foko Free Northern, two Northern, number file. Petitions on my family, which the constitution of our party is open a petition. You have to go and present it to the General Secretary. It never came to us, went straight to the disciplinary committee, which is against our constitutional provisions. The invited chairman said, no, you can't do that. First, we haven't discussed that steering committee for us to see, say, Asemno.
I was say
lawyer for say prima facie case.
Yeah.
And sana
ewunyina
so and sana etimi aka say steering committee mko hwem ntimo frɛ chairman no. Mo anye ne sa ntimo frɛ na onko. All this China just say trouble say we were trying. Say munyai tata na yɛ international conference bi wo Holland. Diaspora for nyina nti America chairman kra say mo vice ne buy. At that time from refinity. Vice chairman, the chairman, and Timmy, J. Boy was then the chairman, but the vice was the one who came. And in Tia, and we a plenary discussion, and I may free all the chairman of the diaspora branches into a room. Candidate Akufo-Addo so. Now, Mr. Ramzo Musa, they were party, what's the problem? She should be Biana. Part idea be winning. Ye be she primary senior. Enti see be ye pam chairman ye say nyade no. Ye nyai. Oh, the metia say yeah emergency national executive committee meeting. What be that? General secretary
without you?
Minim chairman nim ho hwe. Now take a decision say the chairman is suspended. No, this one there. I don't have
it doesn't sit well with me.
Doesn't sit well with me. I mean, at the time, crying if free Holland, no, say America, Habesinko, Canada. I refused. No, make a candidate and said, yeah, I don't think I'm happy with it. I can't join you to continue.
Yeah.
I'm going back home. So I went back to Ghana.
So when Afoko was suspended, you were not in Ghana?
I was secretary for 2 more months.
But you were not in Ghana? No. The action is seen now. Conference now, Kasamokoeno.
That's right. So, until I went to Ghana, and then I prevailed on him. Say, look, the question, according to the dictates of our constitution, but the party who don't file appeal. No, I don't file appeal because I didn't. And it is true that I have the list of people who signed that declaration to suspend the chairman. Candidate Nkaho, the deputy Baumia Nkaho, chairman Ankobi, major secretary Ankobi, minority leader then, chairman Ankobi, Nitu, the deputy Ankobi, woman organizer Ankobi, former president Kofo Ankobi. So how can you call the national executive committee of a party
without these
the
people,
top brass and take such a big decision? Say you've removed or suspended. Meanwhile, there's no provision in our constitution that says you can suspend a chairman indefinitely. It says that if you want the chairman fate to be determined, you have to set him aside for 1 month. I think that's Article 11, and then you have an emergency conference. Like the general said, we are the 2 principal officers of the party. Into the provision amount to me and more thing. You have to call another emergency conference because we have become the subject of the conference. Now, my own organize it, so they put you aside. That's what the constitution says. 1 month, and so yes, yeah. Enti Samokaya, I me charge bar first and say. In between that time, now I think Electoral Commission was having a program at Alisa Hotel on the reforms. And me file appeal, a year for file appeal. Constitution which says file appeal, there's a 21-day stay of execution. And before the determination of the appeal, then there has to be a stay of execution. And I can still recognize him as the chairman.
Chairman, yeah.
To me, first charge about and say, "Menina kosa meeting."
Yeah, yeah, Kaipa.
The course I mean,
suspended and
so that's when it is me opportunist at that time. So me can say, oh, my peninsula can be a crazy. Coming, I would have continued.
Yeah.
So, but I Pepe idea doesn't sit well with me. I would suffer for it. I don't mind. But if I believe in it, I would die by it. And I said, no. The man is chairman. Onye bibi boni emehu. Up to now, what TBB is here and for a chairman to be suspended, a whole chairman. We've been in power for close to 7 years now. We have custody of all the intelligence information. Has anybody brought up anything to say Afuku? You say, dear suspending.
So
and we no say
about
you say a court appeal. Appeal no na me co president Kufo say president. Wama ame tinambi ankasa ade ekono ekobone. Well, no president Kufo, no gentleman, a gentle giant diplomat. Tiedana ye appeal, the National Council met to listen to the appeal. I was expecting say onusu dana de or the nsabu table so kakra kase de ekoso no. It wasn't according to the but so no ojo. No so be 2 on 4 was one party no. The nipa na ye hiase be pam obi afrim sese no so we chairman nti e bibisa ye hwe ni ye to 2 on 4 munyai na se bibia o ha mu de omo left suspensions no na ye nsese no wie no sre kwan so pese obetenem during some vote se bibia no oko president too to one of the regional chairman no sorry say the president aka no ya tensu yemfa nipa no ye nyina ne everybody was there, so everybody knows who did that.
Yeah,
he knows. I know. He knows. Somebody, a President Kufuor, wanted to on the cancer. Yes, and this was shocking to me. I'm sorry, if that is your thinking, and then the thinking of the majority of you, then there's no point having this intermediate. I'm not going to be part of anything. I'm abstaining. Because I'm a candidate Kufuor is also abstaining, and Baumia is also abstaining. And 2 other regional secretaries, Sukasomba abstaining. because at that time now regional chairman no form who to some cartel now me from trade union of regional chairman they become NCO party muda who how much which letter come electoral commission
without the general secretary knowing.
And you know can me charges on. And I'm sure who said the only person who can communicate with the electoral commission
is you,
is the general secretary or chairman. We have only 3 representatives at IPAC. We are the principal. Hey, I no crack charges now. Say Adena Matrosa.
But is that not what the constitution says?
That's me. I had a letter, not the constitution. The electoral commission itself has the way it deals with parties.
Political parties.
That's right. You can't. So only the general secretary or the chairman, you can't communicate with them. So that time they've started the propaganda. Say, Nanado be president for what? I don't know. Me and me starting the political career. Me happy Janice. I've become general secretary. Now me I'll be sitting in cabinet with him. Me and me person be president. How? These are all orchestrated to destroy my political career. Then to Nyanko Ponti. And then me detia me to him. They are American. One more year say, they carry out with the National Council then affirmed the earlier decision of the National Executive. I was very furious. This is a National Executive which was not properly constituted. And the processes were not followed. It was not convened by the chairman. So any process that is not legal, the end of the process can be vitiated.
Yeah.
But anyway, almost all my and almost say I'm not in support of the thing. Na I say, Mr. Sono,
target too.
Na say me no party no pemasem nipa pemasem say I have deep roots in the party. This year say my respected National Executive Committee decision is not strong enough
to get people involved. Yes. We have to look for a stronger case against you.
Car meeting and nobody yes Ibrahim atoka ma which na yes John Haman atoka ma.
Yes, we leak information.
And no crowd who cry on test. Na party committee dey. There's no secret there. And in any case, I think during my time, when I started, I didn't say, Mobi and Fafumba. It may call meeting. My phone, you cry Musa Superior, or Tiasom Pomkubusa.
Yeah.
No, and one of my executive assistants, Chief Obosu, a friend saying, the MP from Price, they say, Opiki. I'm the crime, my phones. I'm fan Komuda. Until the end, I'm the crime DP. So, and all those things were the kind of lies, dirty, vile propaganda calculated to tarnish my image, give a dog a bad name, and hang it. Yes, they are
show.
Now you become the so. Omunkope nipa me petition. Me so me de ani akope akanfo me no sa. Omuni Ghana po UK party. I'm say General Secretary party you won cry. It is nipa no abroja na me hu ne da onima oye den extra petition. Nanso so because it was all pre-planned. So our petition is man who da up to today.
Say in you ready. Yes, suspended also.
And now the command this one committee. The one committee papa so I am saying my fans and papa. Me met this new former presiding bishop, Reverend Asante. To a friend make us say I'm saying opening I said you receive will be biawa. And steering committee has not discussed this matter to refer it to you. You cannot invoke your own initial jurisdiction.
Yeah.
It is the steering committee that has to look at the petition
and refer
to you so that you can start action. But come now, they say why I say into the bra BBN there. Respect, I'm one sorry a woman tino.
And now koi.
In fact, I don't cry Paul in Samintemo Yebasa. Because Sami refused to come. Sami Crab.
Yes, Sami Crab.
Well, I'm caught. And there was a feeling that I felt that Mama in Kobatas a party, Papa, Methodist name, Bunu say, Mr. Party, the Indian Kaka. Let me go and see what is there. You could do this man committee. One more I petition. One mama. One more the asthma, Nipa Mienu. No, Busa, penny for motors. No serious petition, Nipa no accusing me of things. Nipa no accusation, on mama. Nipa no Susukra, Unigana. Most were a UK party. How do we verify so a member of the party? The didn't cry first and say, Bako the Adreba, meaning baby or was he say, Miko UK Mibusa said, oh, I wanted to see
him.
A ye Bako de a Fum Dankwa, I don't know him. And as a Bako de Chibua Syracuse, I don't know any of them. Can you imagine? But they admitted these petitions, went ahead, and then did what they had pre-planned to do. So, the fact that Mimi Dino is just because of the love I have for this party. By that time, now you are supervising parliamentary primaries. No, so I was successful. In fact, about 3 months previously, they had 250 one day, 251 po. Ubi antise pink right off because me the old she now she send pepe. Unchi muinsa na ma we nye. Afede ubehwe ensem na wom na you say one man respected the decision of the National Executive Committee. 2 mama waivers unilaterally. Now I'm saying waivers the General Secretary is starting my into and I'm talking any bantiasia.
Yeah, that was the teaser I was playing.
That's right. Yeah. The biggest waiver the amount party me no into on the team waive but me 5 years touch ne e twinchen e me admit no ye card man mo be straight on admission you become number 2.
He wasn't a member of the party.
No, it's a fact. I mean, I can't factor. I have nothing against Mahmoud.
Yeah.
I know him. He's a friend of mine. But facts are facts.
Yeah.
So, na me waiver voter region. Who John Peter John Peter. Only regional chairman. What ba me ho? Say, Kwamra, 10,000 I said no. Me microphone no munti me. And I have higher den. Until you am so voter there. Obi free K2 South. On we ne. I mean, we on we ne. Nemo yi hiano so be boy aba no ho ban. Until say obenya 5,000 kra ye beji. Na ma mu nyina blanket 50% waiver. Na me kwa explanation national executive. This is something that is good for the party. In fact, we'll be cried the 4,000 by AG. Apart from that, there were many others like Tina Mensa and the deputy minister. No, I am a woman organizer. I'm so remember we are by Cecilia Moa. Omo cried the buha, omo forms, 1,000 cities. I paid it with my own money. Some are deputy ministers as I speak right now. They know it. So, Ajete. Ubom domiabra ye win da Ajete teacher ni no wetimi a win assembly 3 times. Nam be a win be offer our best opportunity. Nti muma no wo so niska teacher ni ade. Nti me a meto ne forms amana na ya wave 10,000 so. Ni na ka charge ho Peter Mensa wo techima. We communicator. Na me say ndisi fo bi koto acid bu no so na nti party crowd ne call amana ne for treatment. Do buy no so on so nya bi obeko but onyan start
Oniska
na so na what they were for esi wo Dr. Free efijasi mia ono de no me campaign team ho sabi minu aketwa na minya accident kwa no na team front on na team front car nya accident no pop nyina on front ena ono so afag that time no mo a lot of advocacy ma MPP na hosuna sitting MP ho me am penny lawyer agent nti ma agent kra de bentem ye basa up to now because if you just so na papa free nti o se makofa
obi so metu no
because me ma free because we want brand to akola oniska nti unse baby a sitting MP o na utu 30,000 and sign in addition to 10,000 na am so we dey remember na so 50% we want 15,000 agent up to now fan check so enti uye sa we asem we de bo misubo me kase me bo nipa me ye on sa emwa no just to make sure na ya sise we nyina
so
I felt say at the time no there was no point and the mood of the party and the way no my propaganda and somewhere akoso a nsem bebre okay even there was a time this famous thing I say meka because me call omo boss spreading rumors sad time a confusion started say mu ya head no and I suggested say look mama yenye what I call 4-way meeting every Monday afternoon 4:00 but meeting e be no party ekote say no kra na man for say I'm say no na party no because me na my office e be ba me na mte akonwam to say I don't know but as general secretary of the party chairman be free in office aba candidate akufo de be free ni fi aba any minority leader than chairman we were having those meetings just to ease the tension so that one of these meetings na Paul Castle na any birthday no or kosra ne no so ne broni hu ne yere ache. That was the weekend so anamesus me yere papa ewu won kranza. And then that was the time and the parliamentary primary.
And no mukasa so udi fufu no.
Strain ma men cantina. Ena eh nti ye nyina disperse enum so me the weekend me ko ye Paul etukwan ma President Akufo-Addo then candidate Akufo-Addo say on call ye no beba. Enti me dem akodru Kumasi. Me twaso akwa menya call on Friday night. Say there's pressure say yenye emergency steering committee meeting. I'm saying Nana, so pressure is the one they buy.
So who gave you that call?
Current president.
Nanado.
Yes. On a frame. And I'm saying no, Nana. You know a meeting. A friend is saying Monday. Any apapem. Steering committee to the chairman and a convening. Or mommy authority not my invite. No, so chairman Nkrumah Blay will act and convene. And I'm saying that is not right because you need say chairman will give permissions or call Beba next Tuesday, just a week. And to be an emergency, all because na that I said parliamentary primaries. Omo eko vetting. The Akumiako Eastern, the Sleda Pani, or Hinto Kwa, Ashanti, they were feeling uncomfortable with some of the names. These are former ministers near there. And they are just going to do vetting. It's nothing extraordinary. Until other members of the steering committee, some person more a year changes be to them. I'm so when I'm chairman back. And I'm them to us who come Kranza. Team one Kranza Saturday. And a candidate frame so Wakokawa a year be war or Dan Emsa Amana check a crack. Until me draw Saturday into a bus and I'm so Sundays with the Yeno Casibia, you and I sign up until the Mebon Salmon. To me and ba enyewe nemum yi won to me num ne Ashanti region Brownful region for no aba nti I think is okay nade ti me Monday my bedroom Kumasi no hinto so a buy no so ya ka so won ko Kumasi nkoye no aba no so me say obi oni me bi enu say me mpefufu mi so ne wonti ya me si me ni enti me fie me ni fufu me di fufu aje me ko Kumasi mo base be 2 o kwan no so ma pack me di ne ma to na me ko up to now umma fie umbe hu say wo man na zi wo fie da enti on to na so be di fufu na so yenko +2 the same from Kumasi on +2
me in +2
enti ye koduru ona ya tena say na call by from Ivan Spencer Joy FM also because I was press secretary meaning media for anyina enti and media so almost for busa for interviewer said they call you first you just have there's a pre-interview discussion and our friends so I'm say or say there has been an emergency meeting of the steering committee this morning. Nah, he wants my views on it. And I'm saying, are you sure? In fact, I was surprised. And I'm sure the busa said, we are sure the presidential candidate could be. I was saying, and I'm sure, are you sure? Because I spoke to him on Friday. And in any case, say open me man could be. And talk to those who went, not me. Na me craft na me free Kumasi ma bedru free Nkranza me koyi na ma bedru a chese menye fufu bi a me di. That was all. One, he was not even supposed or expected as professional journalistic ethics to record a
so he recorded you and played that on air.
So, I mean, I hadn't agreed for an interview.
Yeah.
So the impression was created said that I'm here interview na me kasa. I hadn't agreed for an interview. I told him so I won't have the interview.
But called those who attended the meeting.
That's right. And
asked them what happened.
Because I knew him, I made cracky joke. I'm going to be crafting a mania for media. Anyway, people use it to damage me. Yes, me party near me. Party. I say I'm free horn. I me
dimi fufu.
It's all some of the dirty things that were orchestrated against me. I mean, there was a time there was a release from this same Joy FM. Say I resign.
So I resign. And also the boss on resign.
Debbie, me tifie and a smart papa be one so free man say. The Marty did that Max Billion. About JJ.
Yeah, Max Billion.
And then also no kind young executive now. And no be say as a two no so me catch. I don't know why desperate say been free a position or dear Sema. It's all because, and I'll let you know. It's all because me, I wanted to build a strong party.
Yeah.
That time there, making sure say all the 275 constituencies I'm on my accounts. Because who's a party, no this smart. They be near to
could do
the handling charges was a day. If I wait so questions not and I'm saying Debbie, let's give them their own accounts. Your main account, well, your friend say there be Ghana Commercial Bank. I was circle. And to me, them say, honey, BBA, your primary seniors can back. We had made about close to 10 to 12 million in our account. And yes, I mean, distributors can coffee them, Koreas can bank manager frame or say, Isikas, and I'm Isikas, and I'm Fred Treasurer. I'm
Abangwa,
yes, I'm Sabangwa. Checks a bang, I'm a login in I'm the man. So go and put it in the account. You are the custodian of that money. Or to papas in there. Or no cash and say name Musa presidential candidate. And these were some of the things I kept quiet.
Yeah. We had some of them though. Some of us had some of them.
Say now, Muma Fashion is Kana Kugu Ekuba.
Yeah.
When I am the principal spending officer of the party and the chairman is there, we didn't know. How did you, if you Ekubank, we were going to take them on. So how did they accept that? But those are details I don't want to get into.
Yeah.
But a honor attacks no bar more. So because the regional chairman felt say my empower 275 constituencies. No. Meanwhile, I felt say look, elections, no constituencies. Region there, you just have to coordinate. Now if the action has to happen, it has to happen in the constituencies. So, she say when Bia afede Kofu sorry say I'm trying to remove the party from underneath them. There were comments because me person me Musa Kwame Nkrumah Ube General Secretary now for the president to say and I'm there assess them. So but all these things fed all the perceptions. No munam ni ekensem yes my resign and someone and like I say we do timer Omutimi a call here national executive to pronounce I'm suspended. Albeit we know say a constitution party of lawyers, a party that knows constitutions. We're prepared. Say you better your constitution at Tunchain and do what we did. It was a very low point in the party's life, in my life as well. But I took it on board. So look, then I knew the work that we had done was going to lead to our victory in 2016. And apart from writing a response to all the charges, and it's on the net. And at that time, as soon as it's into and Crawford framing, and I didn't respond at the time, so I responded. But Obianwa was prepared to give me a listening ear.
Yeah.
Until I left the country for about 6 months.
Yeah.
From December. Oh. Now I'm joining me. You start to know any PhD. PhD is to cry no masan be chatro. Say as part of the package na John Muhammad Yamame scholarship. Muslim say enye no cry. Me go school 2012. At that time Mills was the president. And it wasn't on a Ghana government scholarship. Or no Chade Ghana Institute of Journalism, which is a university in Ghana.
Yeah.
Cry at that time. Internal generated funds, some double support. Muniska. Bibi from Get Fund who said they my. And I'm saying no. Me Anyasa opportunity and I want her to go. The first 2 years I paid from my own savings. Yes, Kakitwa. Those days tuition fees was about £13,000.
Yeah.
And I'm excited they call. Now later, no me some very for this kind of kakra. Nyame on pe boni na nse bia auditor general report by say hwe omo akoji scholarships. Bumu salary she Japan bidi wo. Na they were exposed for the whole world to know say ni nyina na ye so. So, all these things have happened, but Nyankopon amaya hoden to survive it because we mean well. In fact, even in 2016, in fact, Gabi Oshedako came to my house. Said, "Oh, me join a campaign." And I'm saying, More suspended me. Munim say nye kwan paso.
Your suspension hadn't been lifted by then?
Not at all. My catching some person may idea. You lift the suspensions first. More lift here. Me person ba be join campaign na presidential candidate na fremena se bia kolebi be hu on stage so obe
candidate so catch.
Nti eno de minti minye bat. Wabe kan no as a former general.
Why did they want you?
Well, and they sense of busa. So when say a back campaigner from Adubo time, and they know I have leverage and I can talk to people, and people respect my views around the country. Now I'm saying kakra meye, you won't see me visibly, but meye kakra to support. To me mobilize this car. Now me distributed across many of the distressed constituencies. Upper East, Upper West, then Northern region was one, 3 northern regions. A Brown Hafu was one, and parts of Ashanti and Greater Accra. And there, ne BD ministers, omu di America those days. Kodru omu okoju omu sika. Misimiti SG ne friends say, o Ghana. Me ye na transfers na and a former minister of friends of monitoring and evaluation. Dr. Akoto say, on say any bank or Bahabe I didn't beto me. He was shocked. I'm saying, me kakra me say ja yes ye mama nka ho a me de dem de be boa party. All the records are there. I make share that compiling ni nyina send the come blay.
Until after all that happened to you,
yes,
financially,
I supported they may see there are people in parliament today, there are deputy ministers in government today who know what I did for them. So,
wow.
And 2020, in fact 2018, my mandate expired and me trom bill. Say, I don't know, 4 years. Mandate now expire. Marco elections for Kofurudia. Marco elect a new general secretary. And you can't suspend me from a position that somebody is
occupying. I'm not occupying.
That's right. I mean, it doesn't happen anywhere. And as far as I know, it's over. Until I can move on with my life. That was when I went and became the executive director of Ghana Institution of Engineering. Until I had to wait until for the 4 years in there. Apart from the first 2 years as general secretary, the other 2 years I would wasted. I mean, baby or her, you can even go and sue for loss of earnings. But part in the and apart from that, me near my crazy officer be a never sorry na ukwa ubibi hobia SM for the up to today, make I say. I don't know where my things are in the office.
Wow.
Yes. I used to get my PA to go to them and say, look, with the Munfangu at that it never came. Me share my SNIT contributions and call. So I have a big hole of 4 years in my SNIT contributions. Because when you're a general secretary, you are a full-time employee of the party. So those deductions have to make, you know, and some nipa femuno edos. Okay, even when the thing really went to the heights when we started going around the country as executives, say a percent in a constituency for no casa. And no crash woman so mumpene. What be that? Yet it propaganda is yes, be and this for Tomo, where I say, and the air uncle near quite a party for no name casa. Yako Central Region was successful. Yako Volta was successful. Yako Ashanti was successful. Yebeko Bravo. And a particular number Yako from OKFM. Those days, all the stations they really used against us. Now, Kwame Nkrumah say a young youth organizer, then Abronye say Adena ye back
near
region Samuel Ukunka. And I'm saying, I'm saying, really? I'm not going to comment publicly. They didn't comment publicly. I'm saying, yeah, best you on channel. Your land is and make a share post on don't meeting venue. I'm going to the party headquarters. I'm going to as much. I'm so youth organizer. Also, who's about?
Also, he saw you coming and he.
So he couldn't even attend the meeting. I'm saying, youth organizer can come on national radio and speak like that. Not even you, the regional chairman. to national officers who are coming to visit, now, this is the kind of indiscipline I don't want. We need order and discipline in our party. I feel that time not talent by election aba.
Yeah.
And yes, okay, you be combining until this time you're quite the organizer and Nasara coordinator Ebeka. And ready arrangements, Nabu. And you know the Northern Regional Chairman. My friend say, oh, meeting, then who hears a baby shout, I'm sure who here. The person it me go through all the regions. No say, or no dear, the car say, I'm sure, say, a bit make your ticket amount. Until you just be part of the meeting, not the chair meeting. He was honest with us, says, on to me, I'm say, well, yeah, coho this week. If you are a beko bolga, near call. Talency Neja Jumbo Dune Kamal Dino Hono Mashe. I started to prepare for the by-election. Me ohana Paula Fuku frame say I think you watching na I'm saying. But what is Adams they were party equities. And I'm saying, are you sure? He's supposed to be in a I'm a Rashiko party equities. I'm saying for organizer mama. Jumbo do bana Adams din. Na Chairman Adams, who ahead then, which na yaba ukrum tesa wo boko be receive. Also there be on meeting on premier mass. And I'm saying on premier mass was saying, national chairman is coming to visit your region. I've informed you. We've informed the team that everybody has been invited, and you are saying that I'm fair or no. And I'm saying you can't say that. You can't undermine discipline. Who ye regional chairman say who ye meeting and you're now friend Crawford. But catch the organizer and as a secretary so on from. Me na me general secretary. Chairman I catch them. My boy man you are well since last week. Inti free officer CC and neko last flight. Neko train. So we went here and pay the ready airport Tamale. And this is very important. I want everybody to hear what happened. Airport Tamale and Machima sorry my friend John Bodu say me free is legal to shame. No, so free kaswa oba. Me drew airport me see ya. You could maybe internal flights near and the same the Magdan Aviation that side or that time Honel. Adams Nijina Gate Nani. Only penny be business my friend or Pombio, so Martin. He was a witness there. Adams now started and up to about 5:36 will be a coffee flight as Simuane for sorry, Takrade, Kumasi, Tamale. Say you slaughter or in say you slaughter me. And Pamela, I per se, many of you per se a far party. What is wrong with you? And to guy be Nipa and I embarrassing them. Guy be slim guy say oh Dagoma meaning that on the charge corner so. Catch his hair. How do you talk to a general secretary like that? And you are the kind of people who give not necessarily a bad name. Those were his words. No, Nino Kiki Pao. But Crawford police about Betchinam Sidebi. Fortunately, and Chebiana, Ambrose Derry. So we're in opposition. He was a member of parliament. He still is. Obey. And I'm saying, dear, regional chairman, oh, yes, okay, be one so two. Be man, a man, and I'm the dean, me quatra, baby train flight. Jumbo do beba, Jumbo do beba, Jumbo do beba. My friend on funny fool, my friend on funny fool. Ubi also was in my oboe. T only Kamaldina they failed to turn up. The only Otiko joined us that time. No, not Otiko. Somebody else. Otiko had traveled with Nanado then to Germany because they say Ekushi almost was Germany. So, enti yakodru Tamale. You see from a while gate or a person or critic. Yet flight man who's a wabish room. I'm saying enti just only an air flight in Mwako. The air flight and so they call Tamale. You could do Tamale. You see from you call straight to stadium. And the party for now were assembled. The beer went on well. Although Bugri Nabu did not attend, the first vice, who was a woman, and is now, I think, currently the ambassador in this government, an ambassador to Middle East or baby. I've forgotten whether it's Kuwait or Saudi, one of them, or Oba. On the chess meeting, everything went well. Yes, I'm meeting. Say na nyame on peboni. Na nkrofo bi ne omo ewo boga no communicate. Aka chom say yabedu. Enti omo ja omo phone. Everything we were telling them, they were also hearing it.
Wow.
Tie wi na se ento ankoso ko boga. Ye dru boga na Paul other comes more at me fit they do tamale the way or some behavior no. Na me more boys be tamale. Me know my adwuma da na me say no. I say me high car for. Na me dom gum because the way a boy and behave no. A bit me creative.
Yeah.
Na me far boys basics. Me am rent a car apart from the official cars na Edinam. Nti ye na me ka say Paul the way a police for no air free can say Adams akwa disrupting. Baby omuye meeting no say ono chairman on case omuye meeting bi ade no mo hia ema wa bro woman organizer abu organizer friend Jerry omu di na koto hospital. It was very serious. But he make us say look, let's go straight to the police first. Then ascertain say whether it is safe to go to the place. So we went straight to the police and Boga. Any police for no discussing and catch and say, look, in fact, media may more. Young call this person, mean per se, ye be coho, not trouble be a besan kusi because already me shene mood and all the war kutuka and opana. Mean per se, bibia san because kusina fi de bia young kwa be executives and then police were nti mini poor kind or tears. Would you believe say send this cassette omonko this person woman? Minim nipa ko catch say na say call this person woman. Within minutes, no one mobilizing nipa by 30. They stormed the police station. In Boga. All these things we kept them on the quiet. They stormed the police station. The BNI commander there is called Ajekum. Matisen and said in the OT region. I took his name because they were all there. And the police dispersed almost with tear gas. Inti meeting yes yanko. Inti enyumreno yes ene yanko pe bibi. That is from a free airport anopan. Aduane kra na binka.
Because of what's going on.
That's right. Inti we decided to go to our hotel, but I had then decided say look, I'm not going to sleep in Boga because I felt the threats were too much. Yeah. But Paul he comes from the Upper East, under so better. Would you believe, say, in another 30 minutes he drew hotel? Again, Adams mobilized and attacked us.
How did he know?
I don't know.
So he was aware of more movements.
He say he had people informing him. Inti, senior boys na me fa omu free tamalena. Chese kase mo be sinye.
Said your castle be slaughter.
Me chese omu so omu sa ne obetite kutukum ntokwa. No pia omunyina out of the gate and locked it. And they had to call in reinforcements from Boku. Boku Tembia, there's a military detachment because of it. And Sana, be guiding me back to Tamale because I says I will not sleep there.
Kept hostage by your own party.
There are a lot of things that one went through, but decided say so wakuma mu yefita na. You just keep some of these things, like I said to you. I left the country after this suspension, came back 6 months later, made this contribution, as I've told you, to the election. And then, even in 2020, when the president then called me, said, second term, I didn't attach any strings, I didn't ask any questions, because me, so, all of you saw me going around 275 constituencies with him. Had to go back to Kumasi and sit on almost all the radio stations. Because of the treatment. Because they know that this is their son.
Very well.
I went to them. Some of them won't show me. They are calling you now. I'm fetching you. Timmy Wakamu. Be a man. Trouble. And no crime. I control ya. I can say.
Yeah.
Nka anyi. And so, kakra. Itimi film. And you see, when I talk about service and sacrifice
and selflessness,
that's what I'm talking about. You put your life at risk for a common good, for the good of the party. And you best say, going forward, we don't know. They are twitchy. They hear and they say, you know, sometimes you're not SM because they've been more they don't know what happened.
It's very, very important.
But yeah, so I don't want to create the impression that be a BBC the president frame.
But sometimes, just like you said, I think it's very paramount that you explain, because to be hey, yes, leak information, mama, yes, there was sometimes that they say, what car glasses a party and go for a attack.
How? I mean, me car office. Hajia fighted the Buakubu. Munina, we were all with most of
one car glass now. They're party.
What to be that? What? Never be or just say, and 7 days, baby. Oh, Nami, I'm the last person you should even think about such a thing. Now, me, Papa, I don't want to go back to the sea 40 years.
Yeah.
PNDC time, you ever find my Papa and the colleagues cooking. And it's a metron party now, metroma. Party a free
a cost that pain.
And Papa order he will be turning in his grave. How can you even think? It's offensive for even people to think. I mean, when I've dedicated all my youth to this political tradition, then people can even begin to think say bibisa omunim se enye nokre enso na ye can. But I just feel say look, you see time heals wounds. I knew say when you give it time, you come back and explain yourself, people will get to understand you. At least you tell your side of the story. And I'm happy I've been able to tell my side of the story these past few months. And a lot of people who come to my office virtually begging, apologizing for the kinds of things they did to me. For one minister, he called Dr. Mako to 4 years Kumasi. Obama ho. Catch them say, come now with the one you na you suspend here, you know. Say I'm for one can one. Rebecca say, as anti-4 I can 4 party na Paul Kwane suspend with the end the say.
Yeah.
He said that, he said that to me. Yes, Obi say. No, me so nimne ho so. Me money di. But onimne ho. He said that to me in Kumasi na Makotofo's house. During an opana ye page na kusi. Inti me ne mani pi ha. Ye de menyame. Ye de nyame asese na ye tinkom ye wa hoden. De hia ne say ye besua bibia frem to learn lessons of history. The Ghana had the ane hadwin. The glee with which we destroy people is something that we should do something about. And yet, Jen say
dominion team say
politics. The mafia. I don't believe that politics is a dirty game. It is the people in politics
that makes it dirty.
They are the dirty ones who dirty politics. But politics is not supposed to be a dirty game. It's supposed to be a vehicle to serve your country and serve your people. The centerpiece of politics is the welfare of the population, especially we are doing to have the empathy to do what we can to rebuild our country. So my platform is very simple. I want a new dawn in politics in our country for us to recalibrate the way we see things in our country, and so that the Ghanaian people would have faith in political leadership. Now, me and Yana said, a friend say, NDC chairman, my friends, so for example, for the country says, no contribution, no job.
No job, NCNC.
Ah, we chop there. Sir, I say it seems you are going to chop. We have to remove that. So, as who say, for the better and the good and the development of the country and the citizens. Sa mentality is ye free. And immediate idea is to have this discussion, to be an advocate for a new Ghana, a new dawn, for people to realize that there can be joy in serving people. Ye bibi obetim dia boa unia. Say ne utimi ye bibi no ode many panosrea. No adanyame says at least you've completed an assignment for the day. Ni nyai wetimi wakame destroying people for no reason. And we can build this country and our party despite all the shortcomings we are facing. We have 2 years. It's a long time. I've had time to comment on what is going on, to advise the president as someone I've worked with. I've lived in the house with him, I've worked with, and it's coming from the bottom of my heart. I don't think it is fair on him and the party, and in fact the country, for him to hang the chances of our party on one person. And that's why I said long ago, 3 months, that he should have taken out Kenneth Fureta as finance minister. Because in life, you have to accept responsibility for your actions. You are the one supervising the economy. If in 1 year, our CD can move from 6-1 to what? Is it 13-1?
Now there are some even selling exchange 14, 50.
All of us, let's take the official one, 6-1. We have to intervene to stop the rot. And that can be done. There are enough good people in our country to turn things around in this. See, I would still appeal to him through this medium for him to take the drastic actions that are necessary to rebuild confidence of the Ghanaian people in our political tradition. Medium in him say Ghana. See a traditional Ghana for per businessmen per MPP. Yes, he say him. Then so omo jidie we mu say okay. And we can work hard to restore our cherished values and drive us towards that elusive third victory that we have never seen in this Fourth Republic.
You are still cruising on Unity Radio 103.9, of course. And like I said, the day belongs to Honorable KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG. Said you KWABENA is here on a purpose. We'll get to that pretty shortly. But in the meantime, let me get the listeners and the viewers involved. Now, messages are Modia Bani B Kakrabi. Very selective. Because I'll read a couple of them. And now, you may be a phone lines, and so kakra. I'll call us, and so afre. Now, Money KWABENA interactive kakra. In the meantime, let me read a couple of the messages. Isaac Mensa say NPP. I say Nipa Nyabwa, I'm watching you. I'm Adam Soredu, Bigolu, or say KWABENA, welcome. I'm watching you live. Cecilia Techiwa Oba Akomia say greetings to you, Opo. Well done for getting him on board. I want to say something. Maybe I might not have time because I am at work. I'm at work. But rather sometimes just for suggestions. I, for instance, was strong NPP supporter as well as my family, a card-bearing member and a contributor, even in the military. We have a group of WhatsApp mainly for military officers. I stopped voting and deleted myself from the page because of such attitudes. Like, he's talking about the pains you've gone through. Isaac Mensa say, wow, NPP party. But my concerns is KAA must be giving Ghanaians this fella to prove his patriotism is too late now. Or say maybe you should have told Ghanaians early. He feels it's too late now.
I've told them a long time ago. I mean, from March I've been having interviews, and people are aware of this, and people are very supportive of me, and they know. I mean, they know what has happened. I mean, if there was any dividend, and not, as I say, nothing is ever too late.
Yeah.
And media hear me, it's not about political positions. I've said this before. My life is not really fashioned by what political position I occupy. And hear me. Because I believe say political positions will the bois or mine and now the custom. Name no credit, it has to be there. Say be me person that should be. I took time to be very patient and see us not even in the first term. Nubiaka say, see, I can say on paper, but this time, there be Mr. Support second term, no crazy.
But at the tail end, I would also have to tell my story.
The world what has happened, because it's important to say okay. One casa, there are people still having
who betray a party. Max Billion and about for the free Canada, I'll say take heart, my senior great man, KWABENA AGYEPONG. Abdullah Masaud Mpara says, I feel for you. I have always think you had sacrificed. Alfred Idris, Seth Odro say great interview with KAA. Welcome him. We welcome him. Scott Safo from Missouri says great man. Let me get on to Facebook and see what's there. Paul De Sousa, so watch out. Paul D'Souza is the NDC secretary in the state. Or the message be for me person. I mean, can you say he feels for you because wabrepa, so wabrepa. I mean, Paul says, Opo Kwabena has really taken a lot of pain. My respect for him. He's a leader indeed. Inti Paul D'Souza and or the ebai. I say Deputy PRO must be ready to debate me pa Ope Kajen say mfinyame. Anochi Krum, the biggest Ghanaian restaurant here. See you, no? Anochi Krum. You've been there before, right? Osimin Kancho say Kwabena, you are welcome. Osomo Wakwaba. His regards to the general. I'm selecting because we can read all of them. Maybe Mary Hall says, send my greetings to my uncle from Nana Ujamboama, Mampong Botoku, Trafor, the former Dancer Squad vice chairman. Also, Nana Ujamboama. Yeah, they listen to us from Ghana. They call from Ghana. Yeah, also a chow. Eric Kwakubwadi says, patriotic voice became regards to Honorable Alan Chamatin. Nanado would definitely take Ghanaians off from this economic hardship as they did the same before COVID-19. Omama Chemfo says, my regards to KAA. We are all here watching you guys live and colorful. I wish him all the best from Omama Services Incorporated. Oya Kwamuhene. Asantima Kwamuhene. Oh, Massachusetts. Oh, really? And I also Omakwaba. Ousu Ade James says, Opo National, thank you and well done for bringing Kwabena on board. Kwesi Usu, Ohio. Ose Kwabena, you are such a fantastic gentleman. I like your composure. Rangel Ama Jr. says, too late to convince us now. The MPs are enriching themselves. Or say, just like you said, Obi Adrian say oko politics ma, uko diska.
The ana mebusan. So e den obeto aba, ana wonto aba ni bi.
I don't know ha.
Oh, okay.
Oh, on the range.
Whatever happens, where they are abano de yebeto. And I think you can't afford to say the MPs are enriching themselves.
Yeah.
Now I in a blanket keke. I think it's time for us maybe sometimes to do what I call lifestyle audits. And it's something that eventually I think we should do as a country. And President K will ensure. Say, Ghana, there are too many people who just all of a sudden is why is Kenny. And nobody will ask them how they got their
money, yeah.
You know, and all that. Those are things that we should look at. In this society, they will be all over you, finding out how you made your money.
Yeah.
And we need to do some of these things. At least set a few examples. So, in Timor, worry about your can because I know the artisan.
Yeah.
In a Ghana, I pay me wabem, yes, in a hotel, be airport, and your media, this year. I don't have
this year.
I'm just saying, you know, a
lot of speculations.
Yeah, they speculate a lot.
Agnes Asare say we need to work together as the citizens of Ghana to make the country flourish. Kwesi Yusu from Ohio says, Opo, please ask Uncle Kwabena when he will be organizing communication training or forum for we the youth, especially in the diaspora. We want to tap into his rich communication experience. Daniel Boache Mensa say, KAA, good morning. I would appreciate your comment on this, please. The party, the party should have a vested interest, which may not necessarily align with that of the president. Are there any mechanisms in place to make sure the party's broader interest is upheld, even when that is in conflict with that of the president? Second question, does the party undertake its own research and surveys to underpin some of the policies of the broader party?
Well, I think that's why from times past, I think checks and balances are very important. In Tina by convention, party chairman and general secretary, who are the principal officers, they go to cabinet. Because when you are in government, sometimes you can become bogged down in the business of government. You can lose touch with the society. And the party officers are supposed to convey the heartbeat of the country into cabinet. So, and you know, when BJ Darucha was chairman, this is an eminent lawyer. To bet my head do one him, no I can't say more as well. I think quite recently we've had a situation where it appears that kind of thing has not been happening. We need, you see, when you are a president, and I've said this and I want to repeat it, any leader who wants to succeed should get at least 2-3 people around him who can call him out. Beginning Ghana we have become enablers. The nipa form
as a way penny and
no, it will lead you in the wrong direction. So I expect the national offices, and I've said it. Party is different from government. Party never are buying, but it's still and yet the same. So party never are buying. President, on your independent candidate, he's a candidate of the MPP. He's a product of the party. Or KWABENA feels as a party. You should be able to stand up and have an engagement, respectful engagement with him, and he also has to listen to the voices of reason. And that's why I was forced to come out openly 3 months ago. I said from the bottom of my heart, from somebody who knows him well, somebody who cares about his legacy, to be able to take those far-reaching, difficult decisions by clearing out those who have managed the economy to this stage and bringing in a fresh set of people to manage it. Because economy there, a confidence, you cannot quantify it. More America as a future reserve chairman or can be a team into economics and near a guide economics and yet just book there. So I think these decisions should have been taken. At that time, the cedi was about 8 to the dollar. But there are some in our party, who were uncomfortable. Even when I'm a member of the national executive, because as a former general secretary, you attend national executive. Yeah. There are 1 or 2 regional chairmen who are unhappy, say, I've called on the finance minister to resign or go. I thought, Mampeni aye wadom, 6 years, wabedi finance minister. Nipa de ebe ameni nyina. Why you do obeti me? Baby a dia kudreni. In my view, that's why they are called honorable ministers. Do the honorable thing. Go to the president. Mampeni we de medasi. So mama me kwan semenso. Nanso baby me do de nka me de beto kakra na madwase. That would have been nice. That would have been fair. So, and on the party, because you see right now, the collateral damage is going to impact on our party MPP and affect our chances. Because said union of Frey, Obianya Bibi or my dream said that Obi or politics which is wrong. We cannot tar everybody with a black brush. And that's the duty of political leadership. So you bet me, I restore the confidence and excite the base of our party. Maybe Mojidi say MPP. Our base is strong. Let's say excited and activated. We'll always defeat the NDC. But right now, there's a lot of resentment and apathy. Because we are not explaining our things well and we are not taking the right decisions. And these are things that I hope the president would be able to act. 2 years in politics is a very long time. In fact, 1 week is a long time. And I don't want to know about my views. No, I don't want to be passing judgment. Now, and it is not my duty alone, it's the duty of Ghanaians. And they've already given us a hint. Because if you look at the extent of our victory in 2016, with a 63-seat majority in parliament and 1 million popular votes, that was halved in 1 term. And then now our majority vanishes. It's at par. We had to rely on a rejected stone. So, to call ourselves a majority. Now, can be actually. If you say you have to be very divine. Say nipa mupam no ubia be kasa no in a way na emphata. And I was cautioning them even during the campaign. I was on radio appealing to those who on independence party for but some people went the other way. Say you don't do that in life. Now, if these things have happened, I would have expected, and I've said it, say, the president would have seen that and said, look, it means SME some changes to my government and what I'm doing. He hasn't done it up to now. I don't know why. I still think there is time for him to undertake very drastic changes of his government. and reignite the enthusiasm of the population and the belief in him. So on them, the opportunity is there. Just take those actions that would engender confidence and more belief in what we are doing.
Okay. Mamiaba Eshe from Accra, Pantan Government Hospital. She says, unfortunately, we have lost confidence in the system. I don't think he's saying something new that we didn't hear from our current president. We heard everything and more, and now what we get is Yintiubia syndrome. Cecilia Techiwa Oba Akomia says, I'm back again, my brother, who was a polling station agent for NPP, and he need postings from where he teaches at Osu Presby to as Amasama, close to his residence from 2020 till now to help. He still travels. Message you, Baba. Hey, with the article.
I'm said the kind say Nipano Esum Party no why polling station executive and baby I didn't cut no emu wakakra for baby or tieno. Intiko Hiam one on your postings. Yes, these inquiries you get them a lot.
Yeah.
But I think you see there's one thing we need to dissuade party people. Yeah, nya a ibia beshe mu. I say party politics na you know. The ebenya free money here.
Any here.
In Kolana is one a 2D Dubai in 1992. That was not our intention. We wanted to see the back of the military dictator and also get a country that will provide an environment for everybody. And now we betia and I buy minyari and I say, look, I buy bien who bet me a bar. Ubet me satisfied. We had over 6.5 million voters. There's no way you'll be able to provide for all of them. Nemum, the here, and Aban said, the say, you be create a strong economic environment that can allow people to develop. For instance, agriculture, I mean, they made me feel say, and no should be our backbone. Your rural population, a lot of them MPP for it, and it doesn't matter. Once you are in government, you are there for everybody. So, and to the kind of support we give to our rural farmers, so that we provide them with disease-resistant varieties and build them economically. And on the SAA, and on here. Then so now Kobusa ADB, a friend Agri Development Bank. Now I some form loans portfolio running here. Near to come the Abua Sebia here for near there. Unyabi. So those are the changes that we have to make as government to be able to support the rural farmer, to open up their farms and also guarantee them a gate price at the farm gate. Tise koko di omo twa obi enum se ababa beto. So ka se bro for so nya sa na be guarantee on farm price e good. So be, and then that will provide jobs for people. Intimesre Ghana for nyina especially in MPP for. Emom de no krese say ai akoko ba obe onya abebe se. But that doesn't mean say governance to say cake. Say oba no abitwitwa no achama no members edi. Debi I want to dissuade people from thinking that way. I mean, in a public forum, say you will not expect that somebody back say me a police station in the fact that yes, you some party, it's a volunteering work. So, but that should not be the basis, the reason why you are part of a political party. And I think Sadian idea many tests conflict kasa. I say because of scholarship and now benya posting and I say say will not get anywhere. Me, I've had nothing from this party for 7 years now. From 2015 he missing change. But I'm very committed to the party. If they will listen, just anything about me aye Emma or mine aye. Because in my view, currently the major problem I face inflation, the government has to intervene. Because BDC is not called petrol ban. We cannot allow them to be in the general forex market. So almost called BDB. Debbie, that is how governments intervene to slow down the decline of their currencies. America and MSC and Treasury no more intervening. So a government should have a target. For instance, what is our target value or exchange rate between CD and the dollar? We should have a target. And in my view, it should not exceed 5. It should not exceed 5. So if I was in the finance minister's shoes, at least I will look at the envelope, the demand envelope. Men who say, why am I here dollar or Ghana? BDC for the end here because there's some cut of petrol at the bank. I I can make us a mumra mudie minum betranse me the bema at this rate, but I'll sit down and calculate and then reduce the rate at the pump, because a dollar ntina ma say petrol boy in Ghana.
Yeah.
So nti say wetin the amount of 1 to 5 na say mbenye sika da bia the amount wo mo aka na omso no kokra toys ni ade de wo mo ankopom sika o ba bi o mbenya no, but that will remove that demand from the system and that unnecessary pressure that is being brought to bear on our city, because some demand and me feel say a fake demand, because yen nyina na high home say covid abe high for 2 years. Why businesses now sorry almost sika and to be as open dollar omo de yeden ye tigana in here dollar tell be America na here kakra bi e dia abedenam hanako. So but there are people now who are buying the dollar as an investment tool. Into CD and now banks and they were complaining.
No, I caught there.
Or just can seek a free bank, not the call and say, or consistent, because when him say this year, 6, I call 8, I call 10, I call 20 into us more. We should discourage that.
Okay.
And then we should institutionalize the licensed forest bureaus properly. So, and then me drew a Boston ham, na me cry euros kakra. Euros that they been am semester. Obetra, and he now better now ha. Where you need, I have to give them every detail.
Questions.
Every detail. So they can report on that to the Central Treasury. The Bank of Ghana is failing us. Are they getting the daily transactions of all the licensed forest bureaus? No. There's no country you know, and the is enforcement of regulations and doing what is right. And Ghana, ye overly political. Me yakopa wa nibida ufrima ubetrans me nyana mete. I've been ostracized for 7 years. I'm not dead. So nti eno na bia president wan ko kan ye question na bufu o ka say ya na nipa ni bi kasa te say de anto ama wa we say we want to serve the country to munya isa kasa.
Okay.
So na nyina nwene oman no ho na yedie nti minua ba na oye nurse wo pantan no.
Yeah.
On tia say
mami aba.
So onim MPB a wako US ka mo nka. So e catch the nurse see yes e kase be kan. Ma ko hospital a nurse. Both only doctor to din ko na emergency na comfort. Say afi na yenko ye na yi, yenko ye ne card man. The attitude to work, this is something that should change for all of us Ghanaians. Who the idea co ministry, idea be 2 hours. Almost cobra 3 weeks. These are the things I am fighting for. Okay. It's not about myself.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's about the transformation of the Ghanaian. To me, the Metro, despite all the reservations, I feel disappointed with what politicians have been able to offer. I am continuing to fight on, and I know that we will get a majority of the people. I'm better the American say.
Kwabena AGYEI Japan na ene kasa engineer ba ko pe Sabri Kwabena yen take calls kakra yema listeners no opportunity emza manfo basis we are no makati, but people are still buzzing through. Maybe obi on cranche obi a question anything na yen pick your mo kakra. I have a lot of messages that I will try and go through. And sani abana fe what my what should we expect? Okay, young caller and so me pacho what number ending 2950
the great Osama Bakupe Mosako Kobla Uku. Hey, Boma Basu Nyamisha, one come on Kuka Moyama or my Ghana, Yamin come on you are better Puna, Mecha honorable. Opo Mamma come out and to tell. Study about be Mecha Kwajoku, my
Maza Natam you offer some Miss Row, Munyan and Tentem, why great Osama Miss Row.
Opo, it doesn't be honorable, say. Eti petrol ekoso a ni buaya dindindi ti o mu ntimi nya hu bibi o mu na ampani fo o mu nya hu bibi me question no te o mu ntimi nya hu bibi mo ma ta ne me so ma ye be to aba ansa bo ma ti so eti opo bisalman te o mu ntimi nya hu bibi.
Okay, I think your question is well asked. So enti fatoso na yemfa another caller honorable be you and why I think your question was on fuel price reduction. Yeah, that's it. But the next person, 774 number, ending 4118. Where? Hey, na yamia the Mahudi.
Ayame Ajwa.
Ajwa.
Over.
If you wish Ajwa Jamvo. But what are you
doing? Me try a question be concerning as I say Okasa wa hono.
Oh, okay. Kasa.
Yeah. Me kai man kasa you have to favor a party member. But obi will process like from Amasaline to the person is at Hebron. Now can person reading now
yeah.
Ghana is full of connection. You can put to application your car, your signature, and then you understand why you process marry. And as a you are part of the party pulling agent. Go and see them. Let them help you because acquire the connection. Ghana is full of connection now. No craving genuinely, can maybe ought to know I want to try there. But look at the distance and look at the music. At the end of the day, you have to send me money to support him. On to make the rent, on to make carry. Because going them call the back after Yabana and America. So party man, at least you have to get something.
Okay, I think your point is well taken. Kwabnaba respond. Yema as many people as possible. She's talking of, I think, say location, maybe. Okay, yeah, okay. Until we send number 2 in and the next one. Okay. But the next one. Yeah. Kwajopoku, upon design. Brief.
Honorable lawyer John Kuma or assistant vice deputy finance minister. Opo mimi problem is that waka say Zoom lion abayin di womuka and they say you born a kuarum na emne ye no. Opo me problem is that again omo ya found. The second one was say you boss oba ya kwan nyina. Abayin be ya kwan nyina opo. That kwan no oba go 3 years. It's a na kwan nyina. And the kwan be ne be so a yen adefo patamwa.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Kwajo, yeah, that's it. What's as brief as possible. Honorable super so answer 3 at a time.
Yeah, I'm saying location as no.
Yeah, no,
idea a hardring. In fact, some of us feel say even the way I employ and for Ghana, SES San Kaka. Uba America, police near or Chicago or Honor employ no. Your LAPD are different. In New York, the SNID. Ghana, to make time will be free. Yes, yeah. Casa want be a hardring. Those are things that have to change. I think employment of special security services in Ibiwa, SA local. Nipano oteho, when you oteho casa near so that we don't begin to see transfer as a means of punishment.
Yeah.
We are transfer.
No, to say
anya alone. I say more okay. Me nua baba ko me nim no, but we party ni. Ofre me se ne ba. Sa ye de ne ko mampon. Say ma me ni bi. I had to pay the rent. Me hu ma me ne da, me hu girl ne da. But bitua ma no, na mo kakra metimi de aboa no. Na onto ekutua ne kan be obetumi continue. Problems but I don't think say to say the American and say no mainstream say ujina ona kasa Ghana aye connections and kwa. Well, you can say so based on evidence and then maybe but no just say accept sa
e man ka ho
me so me here come entrance dem no say the letter bring me conference bim obi ankubuzo enti na ko hu we na ukosre those things assisa nti a lot of your national values, dynamical restoration of our cherished values, are very important. Inti ma ye nyina ba mu na ye accept situations as say na TNT. Yes, we nyina yenyanisa.
Okay.
Waste management semi there. It is me environmental engineer.
Yeah.
That's what I did for my thesis in the University of Surrey in the UK. We have a major problem, and I've said this. In fact, I have advised that the Ministry of Sanitation should at least start a major public education program for Ghana. Because Ghana, no say the radio ni baby languages near the abrochira yina me ba America first na yen segregate waste. And so you segregate waste.
Plastic.
Anti yen start at least just 2 streams. All the others apart from aduane waste na a prontem.
Yeah.
Until unya 1 green waste liner. Na recycling so call you come here an orange, no more orange bag. Now they no go. One, and it will reduce the amount of frequency of collection because bottles near the 1 week, 2 weeks, crowd fire and process. So, and our face near my quack 2 ago or landfill and landfills near Choco near South spend this car say could decommission landfills in until we need a major educational effort, a major program. Because Sweden, no more 5 streams cry. And also man starting one day. So we have to start a program that will help us. And it's our waste management. So yes, localizing. I mean, I said that says one company. I said, funding in our Ghana.
Yeah.
Every district assembly and creative jobs. Local people can build local companies and discharge that responsibility in the 275 constituencies or the 260 districts, rather than have just one company collect waste of all of Ghana and be paid at the center. So, some of these things are changes, and Yamea Aduma, let's say, influence over here. We will see to improving those things. That's what I would like to say about the waste management, or can be about roads. They're not making us or no government can come and deal with all the roads at the same time. I say prioritizing. And I'm very upfront with the Ghanaian people. Said this year, taxes are expected. And where do you be my we have to be able to say it. So Ghana for no kind of question, sir. One beji watum na wet me aye adwuma rather than say me kwa ha meye wo kwan because we don't have the money to do it. So petrol increase in them say me it's all about the currency depreciation. Me na me feel me tank na be 700 and I call 8 na call 9 2 year boom they say 1,700.
Wow.
To fill
more than 100%.
Yes. So within this short time, here you know feeling very there are certain decisions I would expect there could be a president to be taking. Ghana for also okay. Maybe ministers should start buying petrol. They are paid well.
Yeah.
They should buy their own petrol. Until say the Nipano can
be feeling.
You pay for your own telephone call.
If I'm crabby at last week, I say I call for filling station.
No, I say Nipana 5 p.m.
I say I don't know. Also the bill number also other routine Jumana. I don't know the bill with Bremen. I want to see you are 2 more.
Until we can see and failure. Oh, both assessor cry from the last time I was but all is down to the depreciation of our currency. It's not down to the world price. World price not quite a buffer. Until we have to control the depreciation.
Okay.
And I'm saying that if the government is able to intervene with especially the bulk distribution companies, not to me provided or more demand. Now, to me pegia, he can also force the price to go down at the way in your rocket science.
Okay.
And also, one more $1 no demand no be form. The almost $1 I say mom passes say one more chain I could do 20. That's right.
Okay.
So these are things you do to trigger a reaction economically. To where this is a little piece of advice, whether they will take it is I'm not in charge there.
Okay. Kwabra MPK course nika kra bi mo free Ghana matise bi mo kasa wa chire credit nti yema MPK more than 3 no na
okay in the metro
na church say the be ya omo free outside US no omo mre bebre olumai me sramo Worcester for no mama me chance kakra bi na Ghana for ni bi agina so a che na for the benefit of olumai only next we are na Raman ko me jamra nso ko enti yanko
yo oko ma me kasa Sunyane man pesa no bulu wonti na mabo bebi a me kasa
from here
oko ma me from Sunyane.
Okay yanko
o ma me nchia ono na me mbo na baso oko me pesa me clear bibi eye ono bo kasa no obo Peter Mensa kachima edin oko a o kasa titi sendi ti ko bi fiasi ko ni sini ade oko the way honorable Kwamna Japan ACT otie na man yourself no sana na Peter Mensa so na oye na man yourself wono no otetima no ye otetima south na oko anumbre bia no oko no fa ye parliament ela no betina ye parliament o ye ndisi for nkwa enti we ye obi a a bad day and this in any problem. It is a tone on us no to go so. Met me academy sense in the book and ya end this need because end this need any vitamins and any problem. When you be so, when you but or cancer rock when you be our personal issue as a political party, no. It's a bad day. It's that I'm NDC and some of us are near him personal, near him 10 sister. Or me come and present me put on our commander Japan. Why fast so Adams Mahama woo ye? Omo blemo Georgia Foko everything that to choir omo fast to treaty Georgia Foko no. Me busan say a year. And two a year a first David Dankwa. Everything the MPP na power. When a man pass woo ye no. It's party no as a party MPP are more power no. Omo tini nyese emfa me hu. Your question. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay. Obisa question about Gregory Afoko and Mamin Peke Ghana DNB. Raman also free.
Mr. Firstly, BA Mono Region. Maybe I must free one of free.
Okay, mind you. You're brief why?
They come and make clear come now. I'm because I make a come now because MPP phone na nipa na me pam na sampa come na Japan. So say my we who so about class or disconnect them your program am now tie on kasant here jo get them ade da na oka honorable na me kira e ho ka sa asem na ya sana kan she honorable the better because asem ba ku no aka pula foku embra almost suspended on money come na Japan na you be na a higher party akire kura no ya ko kasa come na Japan Nicola Fogo asem to almost suspended on no almost see ya kasi bomb that's on money end before and a shibum but I also antisa but masam the banner set me kadi bomb that's on we compare and also mu trade so mu kasa on me key on mu kasama mu kasama eno na be better because say you see customer and they come now because some are taking up on some and they be to see and they get the impeach a finance minister come now mutu dia and I'm we are found say MPP brief aha nti asem na like say point bana faso almost so no that impeachment no almost faso as a amanjuko MPP no but
also the impeachment
we see quite as say yes finance minister no do oya ni bibiano on si from no almost so amanjuko no almost mu wombi point bana almost faso and I say almost faso.
Yeah, that's it, Rahman. Thank you very much. Yours has to do, I think, with finance minister's resignation. So I think he made a point on that. Ejamra, Yanko.
Opo anodin ye kwa anodin ke be so na mo no mo take a free station for my first of all one dollar let me free to kokuma and don't think about the free to kokuma e dia tum e dia and what go to adina na say okay mo take free station for my
yeah that's
no na say we pass so na mo no mo my mo ya bi jamo
yeah that's ye chi adakuja achifo nyina mamemfa Ibrahim abom design
oh for me we ayala na wenda
yan contentam kasa yitio
and then you ready I'm say come na buy my lady ngana sero se pa call na mani anje honkura but then you know ti on ntino sana eso ye no na mamembo abato na minche komna na menka je omudi omunyina one ofoko nyina omuma mu suspension no ye de na me de na me say ebeba to sa because MPP sana omutie sana subano ewumi okope mi se aburenye etini kachira ni se obeba bunu regional kata no na ebuna afo tiso ye bona mane na nye MPP mu anka aburenye kuranka oyo nipa nka eto abaman
hey don't go there no Ibrahim everybody is a human being. I don't want. Bisa question. Don't denigrate anybody and say enye MPP mo obi nye nipa etraban. Don't say that. Retract that statement before you go ahead, please. Retract that. I don't accept those things. You know that. Retract, or I'll cut your line. Okay, thank you.
Na come na mo ma sunje mbra mu party mu ai na mo ye na bo titi na de mo kwa no e jam kwa mu bye.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Ibrahim. Okay, number 6667 ending, 203 beginning. I think US number. We are now mafat one more na kwabna abaso. Me bacho ya 203 number beginning.
Opo.
Bacho.
Kofi Ken.
Oh, Kofi abom design.
Nyame admo na oswan.
Already adom bacho. Injil.
Yeah, honorable. Yeah, that's so nyambre abakum na yamawa kwaba. I'm so Obika make comments be now also reprise a new biana call government just for the pocket and a new beer. I answer any people who were in the village. Umunishi, the MDCC cry more MDCC, so share a dia more kukusi ho. Who be some who say how much is that person paid? Now within 4 years, they backroad me as a kuku dance in regional political parties. Regional chairman, who share Daniel Moses, any name or more yana, who be some sky or more different. When people look at all those things, who make a very good statement, say there's no any accountability. Where a country or be to hear the opebia, which is right. Into your sermon, more somebody and you better support more. Yeah, but mama accountability, no be accountability and yajuma. Because if you know, obi crowd to me, you crowd to me for phone offer because on only political party or power and tea. You can be tormented in Ghana, which does not make a. And my woman, big my baby said, Ghana is whom you know. And I'm taking myself as an example. Me school worker. Me something about healthcare, analytics, me na can person me PhD. I took myself so okay, me call Ghana. And on my say Marco National friends health because now more ideas be near the end. But why you ha sokoha? Uraha corona, who are you? I bought my own ticket, go to Ghana to do Sanyamano. If you do baby no, I got discouraged. Why do I? Because my course for Ghana, I have many opinion between some say because of that, ideas near everything is dead. I want to tell say a big guy Serbia politics. Obedience, they say police mukrano, yeah, for police more soldier money idea. If you don't have anybody, you don't. It's just a fact. I offer. And to tell some politicians, you look at yourself and tell yourself individually, no correct. Because who can say Ghana, now kind of correct, say, before buy your kind of correct. In fact, more or no, now I thought things were like this. But no knowing say no. And yes, I in Ghana from a pram show, Mama type. So say, but kind of correct. And our current president is not showing the truth to us. Yeah, the Intiame who said the Ghana itself, no, I kunis, one can one be. Then I just feel people are benefiting and everything is going on well with them and their families. And others, you know, we are just all of us are suffering with us.
Yes, you does it. Okay, I'm going to pick one more call. I'm in Rakwab. Number 7255 ending.
Yeah, Opo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Kandagani.
Just have a boom to say, oh,
Radini,
my intio, why?
Yeah, my I'm not a cocker. It doesn't mean honorable say, Minister, my MPP, Bano, Mama, I say, the embezzlement near the alley. You, Muba, Mubaji, Canina. Imagine yenim abronya de ayikwa nanu evidence ben na court ni mi say on double salary na court say have thrown the case away say and the young just say mo be discredit and dinner mo NDP want to best. That's why dinner judges want to you case not to actually now me just say all evidence the war now judges say case with the ya to actually which makes it akukọ bakra and prosecute you.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Obey you question now. You asked about double salary. 4976 last call. I'm batching whiny.
Yeah, Popo.
Yes, Emmanuel Champo from where?
Oh, Boston.
Oh, Boston. Okay, Imama into. Hold on, mama. Hold on now. Me yeah, dear quick. Yeah, you might go ahead and make your point.
Popo.
Yes, sir. Yatonka.
Okay, Mami Chapa na young camera once more. Let's do this. No submission, no. I mean, thanks for bringing Kwabena Agyepong on board. We said Metimo from beginning and in the year, but there are 3 issues I'm touching on. So my time, I'll be very brief, into go into detail. Then you said it's the last call. Let's do this. One on Kwabena Agyepong's political philosophy, fantastic. But the point is, looking at the current democratic order or the political order is very impossible. Because being MPP or NDC, they've clearly proved to the citizens that the system comes to create opportunity for young politicians and for old politicians to take advantage of the masses. And clearly this is what is happening. And me, OBBN young guys are 5 or 6 years ago, they had nothing. And their politics has made them somebody. The message I will preach around, we've been paying attention to it. Media houses are all called from Kesben, Angel, even including Peace FM. Confrontation on a certain media many areas. We've seen it all. We've been listening to it. Babna in the submission made mention, say, before I said why you kind of asset this. Whatever that happens to Kwabena Agyepong, maybe he didn't hear some of us. Some of us were here. You could be a witness to it.
Yeah.
When we were defending this man, Afoko, when Nanado tempered with the tradition and the custom of the party. It's a Kufuado who is the architect behind all this. Probably he doesn't want to mention it because of media blockade. Because if he side, he knows it. Kwabena Agyepong, listen, he doesn't know. With him anymore. Some of us, we grew up learning from him. We know the courage. Anyhow, we'll see in the presentation. Stories in your mouth, very well saying, Nanado is behind all this, or hiding under certain figures in the party in the DSRDN. It's very good he has come out with this story because, of course, it's NBC. We don't talk about this, brushing it off.
Yeah.
But the kind of injustice almost met against this gentleman, some of us even, we doubt the crisis is still alive. We thank God for his life and continue with what he's doing. Now, I'm not touching based on the advice I would demand on coup d'etat. That's my second one.
Yeah.
Look, the genuine advice from Kwabena Agyepong, the intent of everybody saying coup shouldn't happen, that alone is not enough to prevent military intervention. But the prevailing conditions in the country, the first coup we observed in Ghana, 24 February 1966, Kwabena may be in the 50s or 60s. Probably, so I'll observe the first one across. Subsequent coup d'etat, you see Ghana, Kwabena Agyepong, he has read it. He's been through it. Meaning, the government here and the NDP government here you belong to, it doesn't reflect the culture of the party. One, major issues are happening in Ghana. The time people look up for the military to take over on African culture, on African political landscape, not only Hashim. The reason telling you focus on hardship and get it to the level of OBN to me and GOBU. This is a government, okay, Busa Kwabena Agyepong or Tigana Uhumbi said 92 election or 96 election. We thought Rollins was that brutal. And there is see a recently election conducted, the Bonipa Naitu, Tommy bodyguard as a shooting citizen. Because that case is look at what happened in Zongo. Look at what happened in Nigeria. And the government, and it seems like he had the power to kill the citizens. These kind of political order, and it will trigger coup d'etat. So I know what I'm saying, address Ghana. The number of assassinations are air-causal. The number of injustices are air-causal. So I know what we're between. Yeah, advice or they might and I say, looking at the consequences of military intervention, where for the past 30 years, there hasn't been a proper stewardship in the country. Okay, and a conscience and a trigger coup d'etat. Finally, money and tax based on this because of what time. Okay, I know, sir, Abna has already declared his intention, sir, as a party, no, if the nomination of a contest.
Yeah.
And, okay. I mean, I wish him good luck. I would have got the opportunity to say, me Abuana and SMS7. But looking at the current political dealings in MPP, no, I mean, I'm not the one to advise an elderly person. You see, everything has turned out to be money. And in his own submission on one platform and the tier, or say we shouldn't mortgage our future. But you see, no the government, especially the MPP, will choose the message of our money. Wish you guys
thank you very much. Wonderful contribution. We really appreciate. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the platform too.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Last caller, Nadine Champo. Oh, okay. I see. And some people can correct. And you know what is important. Not mesre na onoso enyantiasi. See, that's why I say I want to Ghana focus the level of despondency and desperation. So, and we cannot afford. Say you better now. I feel say throw our hands in the air. Say BBS. No, it's only 30 years. It's still a fairly young democracy. So, and a lot of things that he's spoken about, we've all seen it. Some are very bad examples. He talked about it may be true, but at least we can take solace in the fact that the last national elections, you see, we all knew how the officialdom was backing the incumbent. So, Sebi, a brand here for 40 years. Didn't have the resources that they had, but eventually, however close it was, I was disappointed that it was that close because I felt, say, you know, we should have sent a strong gas signal to the government. Say the party itself was unhappy with some of the things that were happening. But again, there's another opportunity. So we cannot just declare, say, Nehemiah. This is the opportunity for us to enforce the change that he desires. Those things that I represent, and I'm determined against all the odds. I said, Tamale, the odds were against me. I was not even there. I have the confidence that MPP, they will make the right decision. But then my campaign started. The fact that or identify with the me. I'll bet me advocate. Like I said, this is the kind of candidate here. Here. Once that message goes around with the party people, that's what we know. Numbers. Ma obia nada yen say bibia yesika. Party for no. They know what is good for the party. They know say a lot of things have happened recently. You can't say that this is really the identity of MPP. So with them, but. To say they are now can I as a parliamentary whip near sometimes there's a limit to which when you're a party person, I'm a member of the national executive, there are limits to which I want to go publicly because I'm a senior member of this party. But of course, a near my especially economy namdi here make say. Naminim say ni penny p account about diesel ni petrol. It be a woman team the Namekano. That is where the government should intervene. And especially as a team intervening with petrola, a war effect. Trickle down effect. Because a duani beba form, transfer fares beba form, a reduce inflation. Just making one intervention. So that's why I want to call on the government to intervene, especially with the BDCs. Because I've asked this question before, but finance minister has never been forthcoming with any answers. Yes, what is our yearly demand for dollars? And why? Because so we hear dollars. That's say. Me too quiet. Me call me bank crazy me hear dollar. Me cause me call me market me hear say me call me da me say me. There's a watch new. And demand now there are two things. People are talking about one business or Ghana as somewhere patrol. I know there. When you are in tough times, you take tough decisions. Ubeye Juma or Ghana. Now you be some any free nema unya. won't mean kasa also so amfa so ni nyina akọ. We can allow you, we can monitor it and make sure say amount kakra e dey akọ, especially the be here be ma inputs how the ba be adwuma. So they are very serious sectors of the economy, like pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Edrono bi ha yenye ne Ghana ese ekoto. Eno say no, you can intervene by supporting that industry and bringing back the old import license system. Eno it was abused. But no nkyere say enye ade papa. Ghana bibia ba na ya say no. Yes yo enye yentontwe no. I think say opese okokra dura. Ko finance minister. No kanje central bank say we so okokra duru $200,000. On fan a receipts mra. Yen betu edro no sika na ma no. Ye the man at this rate. Ye no so ne encrof on transfer ba eso ton say because who calculate on 16 cedis say now ton say the amount of 5 cedis say now beton. That will force it down. So some of these things are innovations, are things that you have to do. The Americans, they do it. I had the quantitative easing. Yeah, no more chegum because $1 ain't been chegum. Yeah, didn't in cities. Ghana. Me that on that score, contractors here do very. It is for productive work. If I was in charge, I will push some quantitative easing and pay them and let them have money because and they are productive work. I didn't be a 4 years. Yentuaneka. Emaya kwanu aduane school feeding. It be 8 months. They be more fa ho enya pressure wu ni ade. So those are the things that we should be looking at. They say wabem, then we see say all of a sudden Aban release Land Cruisers mono for ministers titimwa. Then that one, as a responsible member of the party, I should be able to stand up and say it. Because our members are suffering. Not only our members. Other Ghanaians, oh yeah, Juma, I see a tionk, and so says Canada. Faculty or
Sakan free.
You can free because cars are multitimuno. Are strong enough? Maybe Land Cruiser, I mean, you say that day, I say, Ubina Tommy 2014 is still in very solid, good condition. So I don't understand. And I cannot accept. Say cars 2016 to 2017, most more replacing in 2022. And you're wrong. It means that we are not prioritizing. We are not being sensitive to the Ghanaians. Say komo abano. Problems ni bi free as a government.
Yeah.
Look, NDC for omo ye niema pia enye kra. Instead say you be dealing with it immediately near taking action. Yet no phone sad said a champion kai. So, for instance, double salary, you'll be in him say it happened.
Yeah.
So why haven't people been tried for it? Sir, it lends itself to the suspicion. Say, "Oh yeah, scratch my back, scratch."
That's
my
what
back.
Canada Japan said.
So it is clear. Energy debts. Energy 1 unit be 8 cents. Aquasocra be 11. One more year contracts 18 cents in each. And so ye big data abigu yeso. And the bill crasa we don't use it, you have to pay. All these things here buy. We should have been upfront with the Ghanaian people. Say, "Mo past government, we don't mind. Say. And then we could see in the room, baby, for saying, Saglemi housing.
Yes, Saglemi housing project.
Nanti Accra space in here. And so those intellectuals or my colleague engineers and planners who would have advised the government say go and use, because you haven't designed any public transport system about community NIPA from there. Now, again, you've paid for 5,000 houses, and then they produce 1,000. And then you come into parliament and make some kulula and change it, the agreement. Those things should have been punished. Why? Yeah. After 6 years, it looks funny. So those are major decisions, and I don't know. Say be a oba abem say oba punishing Crawford, but you can set 1 or 2 examples. For instance, Kotoka International Airport, FDA, but I'm a civil engineer. There's no way that thing should cost anything remotely close to figures no more can. Close to 300 million. How? For one terminal? I mean, these are things Uber decides if you take action, punish a few. No, oh. So then people see you as serious. Now they say no, election. So I talked to a few of my friends who were in governments. Power 2017. Maybe a Ghana for painting near Pamo. At least why for your own good, we understand ministers who will also do the right thing.
Serve as deterrent.
Serve as deterrent, that's the word. And at the a champion asa kind, the bad examples which is coming from both parties. Same kola enye jumada. Ewie school a be more brother won't you secretary kada.
Rap politics,
straight I know a deputy minister was saying. Now within Obia no high dying within 4 years, yes, you will sit down for. We are president, you take action against such people.
Where do you make
you have to take action, punish a few. Because I have been press secretary to president for 6 years. My Mrs. Dine. Send me as you came to my say.
Come to me as
there be sir. No me see me dine that. I didn't add on to it. So because you kosa. And this is the kind of new dawn I'm talking about. Me kano keke. And yes, it's about me per se. Obia or dreams I dream bian. I'm prepared even to support the person.
Yeah.
It is the transformation of our country and the transformation of our politics. And I'm here profoundly in tune with. So, enti mesre sa bad examples me ye manu enko ye the norm now. Tin ubusa nkola ni nyina pe politics aye university for ya. Wo mu nyina fi so wo hunu we na we aye say we akosi dan e wi ase edan usi a wo de ko hen.
Wo de ko hen.
Yes, yeah, wo de ko hen. Then he also talked about cronyism, which is very true and correct. But we don't have to, I would say deflate ourselves and throw our hands up in resignation and say this is what it is. It is wrong. We have to stop it. We have to reward merit. And to say minimum as ye jai. Ne timishisha o mine says that obia benya the opportunity to really realize his God-given potential. Oh, and that's why governments are put in place to solve problems. Na enkoye say we madamfo we minua we say debi. And those are things, and I've spoken about them. These are bad examples. And yes, you talk also funny said this should be the norm. And who abrusha why say my bagana me nyo bia mo aminti me bu of me sanako. There be. It's unfortunate what happened to the guy who spoke. It has happened to many people.
Yeah.
But that should not be the end of the battle.
And a lot of people have gone back home trying to set up businesses, and they've come back with frustration.
Because the whole public service and the whole system is not customer friendly. Uko baby now the paper to her. Say nipa no ye favor. Even our attitude to work. The problems we have in Ghana are social, economic, and political. Where are social problems?
Yeah.
Esi edodoye ho nipa na ba ye wadwuma men ka se fa bibito so ansa. And those things can only happen when leaders lead by example and punish those who fall out of line. Until we need to impose, when I talk about imposing a proper penalty regime, yeah, who say your friend say Auditor General report.
Yeah.
Ebia ba na aye late to start with.
Yeah.
Apart from that, sika e woman
ayira 50 billion.
Sika ukekamboma ebru sika yesi
yekojo IMF.
And why are we not chasing those
50
monies?
50 billion Ghana cedis.
So, and these reports are very clear. Some may not be direct theft, misapplications and all that, but we should punish people for that. And punish at the highest level. And no, say police need to be punish IGP, and next IGP no be making sure say we send the signal to all the commanders.
Police, yeah.
Now, unkofa akitwa no chef no. Now I'm punishing. That's not how we treat these things. Oh, and these are things that we want to see changed. Oh, and that's why I'm a bit worried with the posture of the finance minister and also the decision of the president not to take action in spite of the calls by his members of parliament. Our party in parliament have come out openly. The position is untenable. We understand. Now, IMF, both of us have been in government. We know their workings. The president should know that these people, go come. If he doesn't change kind of rhetoric, the phone say Adi Ebeche. They will string us along, go and bring us.
Because someone said the public confidence in him is.
Oh, into some of these things, you save the situation. Oh, into you know, I don't know. Some of these things, like I said, we have to be able to be honest to say it when we see it. All over the world, this man would not have lasted a day beyond even the day that he himself. Or no one catch Ghana for say until when you do a turnaround in all parts of the world, you stand down honorably. That's what you do. Now, until like Osaka say, me political philosophy do there. I say
not perfect, but it is impossible.
It is
at
possible.
This political environment.
I'm telling you, it's possible. There are a lot of people in America.
Yeah.
People who have watched my videos.
Yeah.
I decided now, okay.
Yeah.
It will be cashless and it will be Ghana or doing Ghana.
Yeah.
Why do we think it will be in Ghana or doing Ghana? There are a lot of people like me, many. It's how we organize and get
them
together, a critical mass to be able to force the change that we desire. Because Makase, say ne, Makase nipa ni bisu bi from America by. Oh, mabegu Ghana. Almost
so yeah.
They are part of our government now. So, it doesn't matter where you are. There's the determination to forge ahead and do what is right for the country. There was also, I think there was another question about Peter Mensah, the NDC Nibinekai. Well, it was
but there were questions on, I think, some deaths. JB Dankwa.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. Yeah. I mean, those deaths, unfortunately, all happened under the NDC. Although it all happened during the end, why the state security could not get to the bottom of those issues, still it remains a mystery. No? It's something that we should, as a people, we've got to put pressure on the state intelligence gathering community to do the right thing, because a whole MP died.
Yeah.
So that at that time we were in opposition.
Yeah.
They did not come up with any serious investigation. Yes, we are back. Yeah, crowd the infants no. Yes, they are more determined to find out who. And also, so I no phone. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. So it is a dark chapter that we have to acknowledge.
Yeah.
So
and then I think Bisa Gregory Afoko and so said the way he's been treated.
I of course that becomes a bit of a for me.
Yeah, because of your position with Afoko.
My connection.
Yeah.
And then what happened and how, in fact, originally, yes, me Afoko.
Yeah, that's
I was accused.
Yeah.
Because hey, obi ameme papa wu ya say.
Na me sumanya Afoko.
Obetimi adwene se metimi akoboga. Asumase yenkukum obi oboga. How? Because people were so desperate to throw me out of office. Can send me gumiso and senior members of our party. Immediately this thing happened. Yes, he resigned. And I'm ready because which was never true. In fact, the threat on my life, you have no idea. For about 3 weeks, my nephew,
wow,
me bad boy, people organize you won't believe it. I had to extract him out of the country, and the Kwankra didn't be free Ghana a problem because invisible forces I could take over party headquarters. My passport near the social. Nyaminkwa na nipa bi mintimi moti.
Of course.
Yes, general the omoye the instructions they take, but ye ninye ho. Na chese me kire no baby ehye anaju no koyi bre me be hia no wo yi going to look opposite go now. And I mean koje ansa na me ba no se call bruchi for 1 month. No oye adwuma to be permission so on call leave.
Wow.
And these are things that happen. Say boys no omo ko hu omo no say omo ye party for omo ni me they could have gone and done it. But because party for me no omo ye fine obi a lot of people know my record in this party from 19.
So they sent them to go kill your boy and son, burn your house.
Yes. And they know it. Those who did that know themselves. Boys no ko hu omo so ebitiase. Omo dodo na atiase. So, and they are the ones who called me and said no, move Obano out. Once when I'm out, I had to move him out. And me say, until I'm saying, boy, na who city on can. Me general secretary na tax. I call family office no. Me see me call police for say mamenko. NDC was in power. Until ni people ha. And near my question, we were fighting different forces.
So,
me say officer, police commander told me say I should get clearance from abundance to go to my own office or see the places there.
But so what sense did it make for people to accuse you?
I had to write a letter.
NDC for you were in line with the NDC and then the police wouldn't allow you to your own office.
I wrote a letter. I still have that letter. My people me de me penima kipupa. So that letter I wrote to the police asking for approval to go to my office to retrieve documents. It's still there. Wow. I'll find it. So, I said, and no, I'm a cow, baby. Say, Kai Asem. Wouldn't say lawyers, me because Omko or the tea company who says, can crime into any. And the letter is available on Samokuto Chambers. Of course, on the
Can I say Mahama Toma?
It's there. The letter is there. So, me tuana kakaka na me twense tuameka as general secretary.
Na matibia kutua.
Eno aye tuameka. Me ko kan sesi na dey be headline say KWABENA AGYEPONG sesi nti. Eno me ko a me mo so kra because enya hwe. Say me chro om blay nansia we de nansia me frɛ no. Na me say chairman, uko me mpese sa dey we
abeka ho
to the next administration because omo nim ho hwe. Una na wo. And the constitution gives you the authority to determine the remuneration of the general secretary. That is what is in our constitution. And it said, what they always say 1,000 cedis a month cry and Muslim between America. Montete the tax for the infant come home. The a specialist net because gap a better is in 4 years. Now Monfan come home, not the Becana Monfam Remy. So then all the responsible by media minim. I've got a copy of those
until he got out.
I called him weeks before. Say oh conti solve our problem. Say munya hwe kram de mun kutu asnet no.
Emfri homa.
That nobody responded. Oh, but ukoka ya na binum fu say why a bit wo kan no cry empese.
Obeka, yeah.
So, enti media me the way num nyina no like I said no. Me the
aguachi.
And I'm carrying on. Enti me that one more a freya who said the course no. Some people will not have survived this. Some people see me, they are surprised.
I'm even
I'm in one piece.
Shocked myself. I didn't know it went that far.
Say, my wife and kids who were really negatively impacted.
Yeah. Do you have the support of your wife and your family to go for the presidency after all that you've been through?
Yeah, she knows how determined I am. And of course, she's been through with me. I mean, in 96, no, on your back, girl. Now, me the electoral commission. Me near brass electoral
engine room.
Mama, do you see me? Miss Rosombe.
Mama poison. Mama be grada.
No, my friend wada. In chance of driving from East Legon, pregnant woman, or the Adriani flew by electoral commission or rich. And I joke, baby. I mean, me ko baby or send me could be. Oh no, ma. Who see a kukuni cruise?
Yeah.
You know, but she's very strong. And when all these rumors say, "Obi or no, Missy won't question her day. Jamie me a politician." Oh, the lecturer, doctor, and okay. Media and ye, I'll be to my friend Colano. Na me ma sacrifice woni bra brain na me sacrifice it. Na asan be twatro say, yeah, my scholarship. Most munim say, enye no credit. The documents are there. And that's why Obi can say me can be because if I can me the omo ya. And I called him out when I went to Peace FM. Say, "Oh, why say me new aketwa? Oni Ibrahim na me num na tis lego. Munim me." As a young man, to BBS ubetimi afre, go and find out. The media is the fourth estate of the realm. Abruchiha, what I get to me, journalist, you can go and find out and see. So because I don't know what you 17 time I'm to first installment, second installment, and all those documents I gave it to the disciplinary committee, so they can't tell anybody that they didn't know. I gave it. I've kept copies. Intiminia, Nyanko, and a friend said, if you have a clean heart and you believe,
you always come good.
You come good. You affect me hame enyemishi.
Very true.
Nemum and Ukraine de Hoa Esieka. Inti mesre a tifonu bino. Ya omunya abotre and my na ese no croha ese yeka as party people. Of course, there's a limit. You are not demoralizing party for but as a senior member of this party, I think I reserve the right to say certain things. After all, when the President Akufo-Addo ye called Adubu Ahimfie in 1992, meaning said nipa bi omo wa bem kwa na ebi wo ho. Bi adambochu ana lanchemati. But I'm senior to almost everybody in government. Me akola our party.
Yeah.
So unti me can say me bi ho. It's not say be me PBB from. No. You hear the year me yakran say yakoye a year president are winning. Me man Casibia who case me bo ma me say answer. That be it is his prerogative. Na one more start engineer nema ewo pepem who has the chief of staff who I need back so ya am fat deputy no cry man. As if say you perceive a guru.
What were you given?
You know,
you're my opposition now.
I've said that before.
Yeah,
I've not been called and offered anything. Mr. Minkobuso will be I mean, no credit.
There were rumors said the president wanted to give you a position, and the people around him.
Well, I'm not prepared.
Vehemently disagreed.
I don't think anybody who is president can be controlled by the people around him. I've lived in. He appointed everybody.
Yeah.
It is our argument. Now I want to dismiss it. Because we are president and you are the boss. Why not president I appointed?
Yeah.
The work me appointed with my mom instructions. I've worked with President Kufuor before. And there were people around Kufuor how bet my friend in my cancer much then. Papa Baku from Nasa to remember to hand and Kufuor. So the president but you need people like
that. Yeah.
When you are
to be a good leader.
That's right, when you are the president. So in fact you need even contacts in the society. And I idea na man paying for you one day. Oh, do or be a lunchtime or secofre we breme. The party chairman be or shake to room baby.
No kofana ba.
No kofana no need didi. Cause do lunchtime on unko di am pesemeko. One where na wa could dig on concern. Nti when mu ba they will tell you what is happening. So I think the president now for constituency chairman can say woman who say oba o kanu kra ubetia. Obeka no cry.
Yeah.
One man who say bia upe good news encourage no. 275 constituency chairman. They are your best intelligence gathering
information
than any national security fund. They are public servants. Omo calculate here who say papa any mood in no ma kan say mo. That's right. Nanso so party for no there. Oye chairman na say niam enko yi a na say woman ni hu say o kan kra obetia obenya kukuduro aka no na wo kra say utimi frɛ no men twɛn no afrɛ so frɛ obi se tokro manim so me na akɔ around the country nipa bebre in every corner of this country but my fro if you have a sin say bra Charlie a hot to say a form to say wait to say you can pick it up and that should inform the decisions you take going forward. Media in my view I think say we have 2 years down the line
to change things around.
A lot of time. I'm praying and hoping that he listens to this advice that I've been trying to give from the bottom of my heart, that he needs to make some changes to reignite the confidence of the general Ghanaian population and also excite the party base. Yes, Omaino party do ba ma se oman be ye na ebiso aka omo nti minua kakra meeting.
Okay, it's been almost 4 solid hours of beautiful communication. Really? Yeah, it's almost 2 p.m. Now a couple of messages now. Yeah, sorry. So Scott Safo, a very powerful contributor on our show from Missouri. But let me also acknowledge the women's organizer. And now no women that know me kokra. Miss May Bakupe, who stay in Nuagro. Honorable your man who for Miss May Bakupe.
Before man day.
Scott Surface Kwabna, it's good to hear from you. You have said lots of good and positive policies that most Ghanaians have been advocating from the government. Why is your party not using any of what you have been saying? It seems we have the men, quote and unquote, is just an empty slogan. Please make sure Nanado doesn't kill for next contestant. I say,
okay, I think what you wanted to say was that to make
Nanado
life difficult for
the next flag bearer. Right. Let's say you are elected.
Yes.
The next 2 years,
I'll be the flag
you should be. You should be. But I'll say then another bit within the next 2 years to turn things around, because in the next flag bearer
and some of us have been advocating some of these things and hoping that he will accept that these are genuine concerns and that we mean well for him. I mean, it got to a point I had to even question the people around him publicly. Me sure so MPP for pa the
Was that with Paul? I'm not sure because I watched one of
that was
your
with the Kesben.
Kesben,
Yes,
yeah.
and even with
I
Paul,
watched one of your shows.
With Paul too, I was very upfront because, I mean, say who are being say we dream Papa legacy. First and foremost, some people should take responsibility for where we are now, and offer their resignation.
Yeah,
and give him the opportunity to shift around and change around.
But the president doesn't see the need to make changes. Or co take FM. I say.
The results, see, yeah, engineers here, we are very results
oriented. Yeah,
that's right. And results in there, they can. Me in Kasi Makusi Hospital, and I'm Makoyesi. Me busa se nipa saying yare sakra because you can just build it and it will not deliver any service. Yeah. The same with your galam say fight here. Joe FM for samples of rivers around the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that should tell you the story. That is the result.
Yeah.
And if your fight is working, that should not be the color of the water.
Yeah.
And that should tell you that whatever interventions are
it's not working.
It's not working. You should be honest enough, humble enough to accept, say, look, let me change direction, let me do something different so that I can get a different response or result. And these are the things that we are all looking at. I want him to know, and I'm sure he knows, that look, and I love him intensely, and I want him to succeed. Where we are now is not a good point. You should listen to some of us and have some drastic measures to restore confidence in the government, in our country. It can be done. Like I'm saying, if he makes even just the intervention in the petroleum sector, and he can find a way, an innovative way of forcing down the export price and sit down with the unions to reduce transport fares, that can have a big impact.
Is it possible you can have a dialogue with the president and share with him some of these ideas?
If he invites me,
but if you initiate, he couldn't initiate?
No, he's the president. I mean, I can't force him to do things. I've sent enough messages. You know, I mean, if I meet him at National Council, National Executive, but if that matter doesn't come up,
you can bring it up.
Can't bring it up because I don't determine the
agenda for the meeting.
I was thinking that any other matters be slotting at our next meeting, but I'm saddened that it has to get
to that level.
This level, because I mean the signals were there. You know, from the banking cleanup and how it was done, the amount of money that was injected and all that, compared to the problem that we're trying to solve, those were issues that I came out with. And I expect that you should take a look at it, know that I, especially me, who has run your campaign before, I mean well for you. I mean well for you. I just hope that something drastic can happen as soon as practicable so that we can turn the ship of state and align it and be able to move our nation forward.
Okay. Abdullah Masaud Mpara say, God bless you. I wonder why this current government is not heeding to this advice you kept on giving. Stephen Kwashe say, why did the members of parliament approve for Nanado to rent private jet which cost Ghana £15,000 a day and said our nation is poor? Mamiaba, I say, Opo, please, my question to KAA is, what is the party doing to restore our confidence back so we can be able to campaign in the next coming elections? And what is the party doing to alleviate the hardship in Ghana? Things are really hard, even for the working class, and not to talk of those who are doing menial jobs. I mean, the questions can go on and on and on. Time until we have to, at a point, bring the conversation to a close. But we'll have more opportunities because KWABENA is vying to lead the party. So he'll be paying more visits here, and we'll have more frequent times of hosting him, talking to him. Sometimes some town halls for people to interact with him, ask him questions, as we did for Nanado. We can be answered because you answer questions and you are 450 news crowd. Now news 1 o'clock, Ghana 6. And by 450, because I mean we have to also let the people here enjoy you and feel you and welcome you. Honorable Minim, maybe you have one or two things here in course of the conversation. Young as we bring the conversation to
I think
a close.
what is important is that as Ghanaians,
when you hear some point mic no man
oh, okay. Sorry. What I was trying to say was that as Ghanaians, we have to be nationalistic.
Oh, we dear. Mamin so adiwe. Yeah, nipa mi no ma gina so a che mo test me asre me san ti mamin fa o na e be ye brief na yen sorry so. E pa cho nana die wo wotemenka.
Yes, yeah.
Nana die wo wotemenka. Hello Nana die wo wotemenka. Okay, na wow number 8975 and then pa cho wo wotemenka. I'm so much in a swatch. Maybe they put your phone. Hello, Mbajo, Mumubi Antimenkana. Okay. Let me just cut them off. Inti Honorable Kasa.
Yeah, just for us to have belief in our country again. So, said here, and someone may kind of say, Niema me and sa. That should underpin governance and politics. So, as you who say, O maino, ye be pese, ye be sum o maino. Ye be pese ye be do doye ho. So eno say eno no wo ho a, I know say this country we can go far. All the economic policies that we've seen from 1983, ERP, FinSA, HIFPay, going to the IMF, if we do not as a people draw a line in the sand and say look, say again the collective, our collective security, and secure our future, and also provide opportunities for all, and no, and I say you focus on, and that can only happen when we have the Ghanaian people, whether they are politicians, whether they are public service workers, doctors, nurses, everybody should have his hand on his or her heart, reading our national pledge and saying that we are prepared to die for our country. And then let's not lose hope and say oh, and Nkrophobia, but now we can say no, we cannot afford to lose hope. We've got to continue to fight on, and I'm very confident say sooner rather than later. Na so Nyankopon mame eyemi adom na say MPP for so nya gidie wo mimu no almost smame we'll be able to talk to the Ghanaian people, rally the base of our party, and reach across for people to know, say, the very essence of governance is the welfare of the ordinary people, especially I say America, there's a buffer system. So it will be any system no support. It's not so in our country. So we've got to work hard to change this narrative. The Nkobana say, ye mu ye beko abemu na de benye free mu ne bebehia nye de oman no pontu enim kono na ese hia timi de kakra meka e de asre Ghana for I know said they've been through a lot, so people have become a bit apprehensive, cynical. I mean, there are those who don't want to believe anybody anymore, but whatever happens, somebody has to do the job. Somebody has to do the job. And I think, say, to create a better scenario and issues-based campaign, I'm happy that you've brought me here and asked me all these things. My views on how governments, I believe in downsizing government. I've told you that. Yeah. And many other things, imposing order and discipline, making sure that we are
punishing.
Yeah, there's a strong penalty regime. You understand? And there should be quality assurance and quality control in all aspects of our national life. You know, these are my values. The other contestants, and I hope so you call and ask them their record and what they think they would do differently
from yours,
so that we can have a proper discussion, a proper debate. Now, I think that right now, going forward, the party should organize a debate between
which wouldn't be bad.
So that we can have a proper discussion about what we intend to do, so that the Ghanaians will have a view to ask us the things that they are worried about, like a net the saying. So and no, we'll focus our minds that we are in there to do the people's work. We get voted into office to work for the Ghanaian, for the people, not for ourselves.
Okay.
Kakrame the better was na
It's a pleasure to have you and to host you. And Yeniaje say and Yenim say Oba, you had a lot of things on the table. You are very busy. You are traveling tomorrow and all that. But yet say Sawaba say Ghana for who's time beyond say Yepese Yetonka. Na yenyons who think it based on your vision, your mission, and your ambition. Also want to yanchene. Now uje pene, even when it is difficult. Now ubaye uavelio, and that is what the people of the diaspora want. I think that I am overly overwhelmed today by the things that we've shared on the radio, and I think that it will move mountains and change minds. Now me catch me brother, said na me catch say adibia crazy and a petrol sofom na etne. Nti we can turn the nation around one day by uhia nipa omo similar minds. Adwene baako na mo pia konkakra. Said na omuka say kwa me kwa kuta adwen pa obedru abeso omo no ye hia nipa bi a omo so ekita wa adwene ni bia yenso betumi aka say yenso ye twen omo wa akire no aba. It shouldn't always be say kwa ombese. I'm completely in alignment with your principles, and that's what I've advocated for. Say American ni baby say ask what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. But Ghana, the vice versa. There be a journey the mum first, and it's a pleasure to have you in our studios. We very much appreciate your time and everything. Chairman Louis Amakumensa, Chairman, but that honorable Asemaye Nafi. About honorable Abranti Bia Hamisana na kwesi ahinsi ya manko say quick one was remia was sending message in about 10 minutes as a Black Stars chances at the World Cup.
I said no cast all the best. Football no there. Your team no but there are few issues. Selections near the
Jeffrey Schloper generated a lot of
because I thought that he has been playing very well. And I was saying versatile, bit my ball left back, middle, bit my ball up front. Until why they decided not to include him is a matter of but honestly the agent and the response
it was
too harsh. The pain, he couldn't contain the pain. But I mean some of these things it happens. I mean in football these things happen. Right?
But at least it's not officially out. So maybe after the backlash, I don't know if they'll make changes.
Anyway, I hope. But I think we have a good assembly of players to be able to at least beat me. I think so we should be able to come out of the group.
So round of 16.
Round of 16.
So
it's a game by game because it depends on who you meet. Sometimes you'll be lucky, you meet a softer opponent, or you may meet a tough opponent. But I think just participating in the World Cup is a great experience for us as Ghanaians. It showcases a country, So the 3 games, I want to enjoy the games.
The games and pray. You be in Ghana by then?
Yes.
Flying the flag of Ghana.
Well, Ghana, DSTV-ness,
that's very debatable. I may also acknowledge the presence of my brother Kwame Kese. Kwame is also here. He's been here. Kwame na ungasakakra. Bekasa kakra say Kwame bekasa kakra na mami so no ma. Yes sir.
Thank you. Me fa konya so na enchia watie fo nya hwefo na say wedding kaka no say we kesi panyi kasa wia
na nsu odware wia na nsu asa
panyi dware wia na nsu asa
ya preach say mo be sam kasa mo be nyina say
aduma so na kan one edidi kakra nti I mean I just want to say thank you to you and your team. Sabi wakani nyina KWABENA AGYEI AGYEPONG enye nipa fofra. This is a household name. Now adia ba ko a fa KWABENA AGYEPONG ho adodo na especially mebuno kan say MBCC and ehyemitrim. I'm hoping say this conversation no onye obi an refi asem ono kan asem 5-10 years ago okay asem ono kan ye. That's one thing.
Abaya on my account or started talking about him. Say how do you all year national service step by step retentive memory near more than strong
this is or memo be also betro
what's in the book be babon
but what I'm making
we'll sell it out here
or you will be a sebi or jina who you say be oti mabunu mapa
Yeah.
Now, so I know you are a very strong journalist, very strong.
Yeah.
Me, I don't know you from here. This is what we used to do in Ghana. Now, for you to, it looks to me like an endorsement because you are in line with the Niema Air Koso. Evidence I can be a while Bemuna with Timitina radio so publicly.
I cannot crash.
No candy. He talked about the finance minister before there are over 80 parliamentarians in Ghana's parliament. Even Menka said rebel against came out in a press conference to say,
they don't
Mr.
like
President, we will not be doing the party work until Sabia of he said that, and it went viral. We all saw it. Media Germany a born empire or minor near penny. He said, "We'll see, will be a was hard in power, you know." Of
course.
Maybe
you live in the UK. And that's my life. And I was meeting my board and I'm saying no. My who happen. Me young me and to you know, maswa mortar, maswa concrete. Me go school. Said na ukase uti edibo me tidibo me we JSS. Me 91 for nibi. I JSS second batch. Me so 111 in chains. Poor for when I had to struggle maswa mortar na me dey call secondary school ni adinti. My breath from me chrome. Meaning how life is. It just say ebi I would to sikam now all of a sudden oh fly up there. You don't understand the pain of obi or tea or chilkroma kurase. Oko primary school, Oko school, I may struggle to make ends meet.
For so edge, I almost send me message.
Mate. Yeah, miniaba.
When the senior man is here, when he speaks.
Makuntani also ntia.
They hope he said the campaign, Sabi, Eshasi, and he moved Bisana. I personally asked him, I was on the phone with him, one and I'm general. Oh, Matisse, as a overcall, what do you mean? Namia to me age cry, and I was the youngest.
And so, 17,
2007. Yeah, he was the youngest among them. Yeah. And you could tell. Eti Sabi, Yetiha, and so minor, and Hudo, and yes, Sabi, the all kicking, you know, a tongue for bebrate. Yeah. Now, Okasim was a party for Omoteho, and Omoyede. Omuti. Thank you and your team.
Okay, Chairman Louis. Ena PRO kese pa o shan space akasa so on shan space ndo akasa PRO deputy sana na da me koka no Saturday me koka no la monster kam yenya asemi na minim se power lady dia no ye organizing position sen kam yakwaji miss me position kam miss me ya ponche me ya Lou yango on the light
yo William say yenya ni tua yen general wakasa na sabio kan say muka
ko kasa na me hwe ni unza na me hwe ni because nsema o kan e bi na o kan o ye obi a o kan ko
that's it so honesty dey bia ni
party na do isi pani sometimes ya na I didn't because can be bra ye say o pa ye honto
wo kwa na ye say wo kwa na o kan ko but then sabi me fa sa akonya so e dia da obi a o tie sa interview na yen fomaba na yen hwe nipa na sabi o de no haba me de me party chairman me referee me ntimi nyi candidate ba mo anambotima yi mo wa mo candidate asema o kan e Thomas mu a sabi o fa ne fa ye adwuma na opese wo ye no de mechanism papa yi akasa yentie de o kan ye yemfoma ba na yemfa nhwe kwan party no se ba bia e ko no se enya kwa be ne be fa so ebetimi atene masaya repeat myself
say o brepa o anano yi asise na o bre you were trying to make a but I'm for say chairman try but enya wow by no fault of yours you have to defend hard now enya easy dem ya ni shakura na wo doje me nuanso no doje
so o ta na me PRO no na ende me ba me to fire left or right but right now no fire ni nyina ba me so to da kra mo radio so na me to so
wasi munjuja no so munjuja no
e normal what I say and well and America no say we have to take a new dimension
the 3Ds and the 3S.
Those who want to do that now, opportunities must be given. I'm not endorsing anyone, as I repeat. What I would say as a party chairman, and I know there will be candidates who will be coming here as well, but some message here by young fan to young one tofa, young fan compare na young shadi na be difference.
Okay,
Papa Yakasa party any aso Massachusetts ya mana kwa bakese na mnito be sa ba ha biem time na mu ye hye no papa yi hanum no te
campaign ya
opportunity will be given for him to dissect everything that probably he has said today. And because America as me sa akata bebrebe eti the American say ye njemra ye mo akwaba Massachusetts edawase party no enim adwuma wa yama party no. And as we support all candidates no also so o kan ho bi na adwumade bia se de ye ma sabio wutibi ko wanim no yeso be ye ye dagana fo nyina ase ye da obi bia sabio ono hu ma pepa ma MPP timi bae se empo no se na misika no eni da so ye den e wo ho okay ma ma yenim enwu ase minu say the alternative is scary. I always say this. You are therefore say if there is a change of direction, sir, may bit my ya okay. But the mechanism say we always have to support MPP because it is the best party for Ghana.
Mental Castle Radio.
Woman organizer. And Miss Rebecca Sama Deputy Communications in Kasa quick one.
Yes, Sapo Akwadi Wadi Kasa. But on Superman.
Me buy my Kasa.
Oza. Yeah, power. Na wote hakra uma avena ba mba makasa power kasa na miss mekasa kakra na fe sorry na general tenase ache na ye nkopensi bi no
said the woman ni musno na che say
oye warm up kakra oye warm o de kasa
wa bre kafra
kasa o tie wo so no sweet you
etie for ye da obi bia ase at least expected say ye kasa ne be ko achiri by the way calls ne ba ye from Ghana ne everywhere no me for one no many aji bebre nyame ensure obi a wotie yen na yenua bema ye papa ye brother KWABENA AGYEPONG de say nyini nti oba ye wan hume I try to look at his face no bitimu say wan kai me na ye wia na meda me ho edi akire no na medini ankasa ha de power no mo kana medini ankasa ye Mrs. Amoadankwa nti so onim Dr. Amoadankwa de ya ne yire no eneme ye hia bebre nti ye wi a ye beka ho asem wo hwe na ho brase ani ne bibia mu a ye se enye ye ne ye beyi panyimu sesei but obi ento edubone ma yarefo wo hwe abotira wonya ye de wo ko mu yenum bia yenim ne de bia ne esu anopasu anwumre e kire se senka ye me na me ko mu aka me bia ma no bebre ene ka me fa ho ne de sebio de part ne beka ba yenua be ma nya abotre emra na nkemu odin na e wo se wo bie na no na nka part ne sakasaka no ni nyansa ne nim de enti no o kana no tun enti se ne wutie no na wote na semo a wa go through a lot me kai pass time and ye pese ye buy a MPP wo ma omoto abamu no na oye one of them or this anhihye ye ni gina mu den say ye mie mu kese me kai say ye call ayi sa hotel ye kuma say agidini
Alisa hotel no
there binya no a
na dey
hey
Georgia
Wonim hotel no okay enti ye kwahia no so enhihye na we de ba no enkrofo twa sika no kra still no ye benya the best people no na omadi we yani because obi antimi ntwe sika emma
nipa dodo no
enti no wakasa ankrofo no omode saa no ma ne baaye na ye nso ye kɔ na ye complain say sika no e baaye nya me kai me ko police station to asom nan ni na ya fa me sika ma me ntimi se me nko biem eno osmunya abotre se de meye no obi ansa be ka ne sika na fofia antoata enti no mom ye hwe no ma bi ho na se base ye choose obi a wote hampo na wontimi ntoa ba enam ye powerful ayi a ye wo abrochire enti no ye nuanom ene ayi ni tie ye wo fie no ye ba ka kire wo nua bi wo fie no
power ba ko aja
eboa ema wotimi to aba ayi enti mesere mo menkasa nche ye da obi bi ase mo mfa nkwa adwendwenim ye hia de obre ne ho ase ye hia de wonim party no de da yakoma so de wo ka eba mu
the history of
Miss Bell.
Hey, Miss Me. I don't say na the ornament kong. Oh, na the ornament.
That's how many position. I know dancing in the no. PR. What I said that for mo.
We deputy now your main PR.
Na say Bruno de me the next in China. What who Bruno wa here for say. Esminaso.
Why you?
Esminaso.
Mommy, Miss May.
Hello.
Apom to say.
Nyame adom.
Radio adom yes ho dey. My mind you.
Ai, we dey ye beda mu nyina ase atiefo. Samo aya so na mo anya bre atanase. Atie yewura kwabra Japan asama ode betu dwa. Yesre mo se momfa ose enye yo. Bibia okan ye bia no. Muntie mai nti no ye danase na me wo fie na me tie FM na nsa na
oba ha
na de okan ya eye me de
towase
oba ye no obedru Massachusetts ha esese obehwehwe na mayoku ewa ha nti no ye danase pa se oba ye so wode ato
ne calendar so
no wode adi nanim so dwumadi a oye no nti nyame nhira
wo kai se na nado ne be ma edin Ghana Chuset so what is a Ghana fogu apa oba ye no be ma Ghana Chuset
yes na nado so ba ha me ni sata na me deputy women's
organizer and sisi wa be main organizer
na me vote of thanks after nana ekasa inti no Massachusetts amayokuo no sabi ye tukwan abeduru ha nkyere se ye yire fi ye chi ye ni we ye chi papa esanse asumroju fie jukura krama kret minya baby da ye kro muju a ye ba ho aye wa asumju
ntisa ya ka kwantum
aha ye wa ha ya sum toye de enso ntoye paase ye beduru ye fie inti yesremo ara Ghana for baby bia obi atie yen yedamase na ba to no so eduru so a obi a nkoto emayen yesremo ara na aman no de ye no yentimi ento aso na muje ye musa enye inti yesremo ara mom ye nkonko yenim na mumpia Ghana na Ghana man no entumpon yedamu nyina ase inti maso amowo Massachusetts ha mesremo sabre ya mutie yin mo maka ye ho ne ye nyina yenye amanyukuo no ne yemfa nkoboa ye chi yedamu nyina ase kukurudu eshi rado thank you.
Okay, busia for yeda sada kase Madan Auto Repairs Dr. Kwabi Scientific Care omu nyina boy echi dom ne de djumadi brem Gold Coast Catering Services Asamas Trading enso eta echi dendenden ena yede djumadi ede ebrem Anochi Chrome Restaurant yentumi mumodi ebra rebi fi kwaku shoes ene Anochi Chrome for omso eboy echi dom pa ene yede djumadi so ede ebrem opesa send this ka ko Ghana wa wunim eye Lemonade Finance say rate no was 1450 Lemonade Finance and only the easiest way out be send this ika ako efie chief and executive producers behind the scenes Ken Kalusha ono na executive producer oni Manucho Magandi Gaucho Margarita La Molina me mpem wasem ene omo ena omo e produce show no midi de no wa opoku jevu betumi aframe opo national nyame yadma yene mo besan hia ochena anopa sabre de mo fan chese na yentumi amfa news na amremo na toda na yenso yabo yadwuma kakra ewa ha yebesan hia bim yakramo
we know radio